There is no amendment to this bill that would satisfy that for me.
This time, we need to take it seriously.
We could soon know the fate of the juvenile justice reform bills up for debate in the legislature. The vote set to happen today, and where lawmakers still aren't seeing eye to eye. And years later, Baltimore City will finally see weekly recycling once again. The changes that will finally allow the Department of Public Works to pick up the pace.
Mild start to your morning. We're talking about more rain that's on the way this week. We'll break it down for you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Monday, March 4th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Some people still living for yesterday. My goodness. And it's going to continue a little bit, Justin, right?
Yeah, at least for today. Our temperatures are going to be above average here, and we are tracking more rain that's coming in later tonight into early tomorrow morning. But looking good right now from our Towson camera, and you can see these temperatures very mild, mid to upper 40s here. Annapolis, Stevensville, over to Chestertown, 47 in Baltimore City, 48 currently in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. So mild Monday morning. Temperatures are going to stay above average, but we are tracking more rain on the way as we head later into the week. So your morning drive is going to be dry. No issues there. Notice those temperatures staying in the 40s and 50s. Back with your full forecast coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will be highlighting the return of weekly recycling this week. The service was paused completely in 2020 because of the pandemic before switching to a bi-weekly schedule. The reduced pickups have been a frustration for both city council members and residents over the past 4 years. One group of residents last year even tried to take legal action against the city, saying that they were paying for trash and recycling services that were not being provided to them. Well, the city says it is now finally able to go back to its pre-pandemic schedule thanks to new trucks, upgraded technology, and better staffing in the Department of Public Works. The mayor posting a video celebrating the return. In the video, interim DPW Director Richard Luna explains how digital route planning and the improved technology in trucks will allow sanitation workers to cover more ground and do it faster than they have in the past.
There is no amendment to this bill that would satisfy that for me.
This time, we need to take it seriously. We need to make sure and hold accountable our law enforcement officers and make sure that they do what they are supposed to do righteously.
Since the implementation of the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, less than 2 years later, we are willing to roll back all of the advances that we made.
In your session 2024 coverage, passionate debate on the House floor as delegates overwhelmingly passed juvenile crime legislation. Now it's on to the Senate, where a vote is expected to happen here today. Assuming the Senate passes its own version of the bill today, lawmakers from both houses will then have to negotiate a final joint version. As it stands, the House version calls for a commission to gather more data about juvenile crime. It extends probation, involves states' attorneys earlier in the charging process, and expands the Department of Juvenile Services jurisdiction to kids who commit certain crimes between 10 and 12 years old. That excludes kids who steal cars for the first time and have a gun.
Would be the opportunity for the child to go through a diversion program. If they came back with another charge for car theft, then they would be subject to juvenile jurisdiction.
Well, those diversionary programs are not in place everywhere, which is raising concern about the reality of putting this into effect.
Does the bill address any funding for diversion programs?
So we don't usually deal with funding, but that is an issue that certainly is part of the budgetary process.
An attempted carjacking caught on camera. The footage you'll see first on Fox. Plus, temperatures starting in the 40s. Our Weather Authority team tracking the next chance for rain coming soon. It's 4:41 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. This morning, we continue our coverage of Maryland's juvenile crime crisis. In Annapolis, lawmakers have been battling over legislation to hold juvenile offenders accountable. This as young people continue to be involved in crime all across the state. This attempted carjacking there caught on camera in Anne Arundel County last Friday, just before 5 p.m. The owner of the car tells Fox 45 News she had recently moved there to escape the crime of Prince George's County.
I just was flabbergasted because it was the middle of the day. I haven't lived here very long, and I've always felt like it was a really safe area, and it just completely made me feel violated.
Later that evening in Baltimore City, police hear reports of an attempted robbery from a Kia SUV, possibly stolen from Anne Arundel County. Police later reported a group of juveniles ran away from that SUV. Their descriptions similar to those captured on camera earlier in the day. Well, it hasn't been confirmed if the juveniles captured on camera are the same ones that ditched the stolen Kia from the Riverside area of Anne Arundel County. So far, no arrests have been made.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat this morning on the National Desk. Free speech in the digital age. The Supreme Court set to make a decision on what you can see on social media. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News now. Weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:45. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .48 here on a Monday morning. Let's see how things are feeling outside. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. I grabbed the jacket, but it was feeling pretty nice this morning.
Pretty mild conditions out there. That's what we're going to deal with here for the next couple of hours as we look out over the inner harbor. The ship all lit up downtown or right there at the harbor. And you can see overall, not too bad. A few clouds have definitely been rolling in the overnight hours. 47 your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall with really no wind to speak of. So definitely those mild conditions. Up and down the East Coast, we're staying mainly dry. We're tracking our next weather maker. That's this area of low pressure that is just to the south of us off the Carolina coast. This is going to be rolling up a kind of a coastal low right up into our area by the time we get into tonight. That's going to bring us some more rain. And then another system to the west is going to bring more rain as we head into the middle of the week. So we do have some unsettled weather, even though our temperatures are looking pretty good for this time of year. Our temps are going to be in the 40s for the next few hours as you grab that cup of coffee. 6:34, the sunrise, and goes to bed after 6 o'clock. We're getting closer to that vernal equinox with the first day of spring. Here's a look at our high temperatures today. Low to mid and upper 60s, so another really nice, well above average day. Just a lot more cloud cover is what we're going to see for the afternoon. Look at those 70s just to the west of us. Cleveland, Columbus, Charleston, Pittsburgh, all in the low to mid 70s, so definitely getting some warmer air there. We'll enjoy our 60s here as well, up and down the 95 corridor. And we keep those numbers above average for most of the week ahead, so even though we have to deal with some rain showers, at least it's not going to be a really cold rain. Here's a look at that future scan. So this takes us through Monday afternoon. Notice the cloud cover that'll be around. Here comes that area of low pressure moving in late tonight. So after about 10, 11 p.m. is when those rain showers will begin. And that low is going to be right over the top of us here for your Tuesday morning commute. By Tuesday afternoon, leftover cloud cover and kind of misty conditions, but the rain is done. And then as we get into Wednesday, we'll start off dry, but by the time we get to Wednesday afternoon and evening, you're going to see more rain showers that will be through the area. And that's going to continue into early Thursday morning before that system moves on as well. And then we've got some more rain to talk about for the weekend. So again, the silver lining in all this is our temperatures are well above average, even though we drop to the lower 60s Tuesday and Wednesday with the rain around, still looking pretty good. And then we'll be in the upper 50s as we head toward this upcoming weekend. Now let's get an update on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find Penn Train 401 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC are on time for the commute start. Out there on light rail, you'll find on-time service, no delays, and Metro Subway checking in without delay or issue between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
New fallout from the crisis at the southern border, with competing messages about who's to blame. I'm Christine Frizell with a look at why that messaging will be key in the months ahead.
We've been asking questions for quite some time. There hasn't been a lot of answers.
Safe streets in the hot seat. Still to come, how Baltimore City Council plans to dig into the hiring process for program employees. It is 4:51 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, Vice President Kamala Harris's message shares a warning about voting rights before she marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama for the 59th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. It's when state police attacked hundreds of civil rights protesters back in 1965. In a speech, Attorney General Merrick Garland told parishioners at a Baptist church that recent decisions from the Supreme Court and lower courts have weakened the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which passed in the wake of Bloody Sunday.
Those measures include practices and procedures that make voting more difficult, redistricting maps that disadvantage minorities, and changes in voting administration that diminish the authority of locally elected or nonpartisan election administrators. Such measures threatened the foundation of our system of government.
The march and Garland's speech were among dozens of events during the Selma Bridge Crossing Jubilee, which began Thursday and culminated Sunday. Congressional leaders unveil a series of bipartisan bills to fund parts of the government for the remaining 6 months in the 2024 fiscal year. The 6 spending bills fund a slew of agencies until early fall, including the Departments of Agriculture, Veterans Affairs, Energy, and Justice. But first, lawmakers will have to pass the legislation before Friday or face a partial government shutdown. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says both sides were able to reach a funding compromise without cuts or poison pill riders. But Republicans are touting cuts to various departments such as the Environmental Protection Agency and the FBI. In your election 2024 coverage now, Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley wins the D.C. primary. It's her first primary win in her effort to challenge former President Donald Trump. While Haley won in D.C., Donald Trump built his lead with wins in 3 GOP contests. The former president is now one step closer to becoming the 2024 GOP presidential nominee, and it sets up a rematch with President Joe Biden. Brand new polling shows the border remains the top issue for voters in the 2024 presidential race. National correspondent Christine Frizzell has the latest.
It was a week that brought 2 presidential visits, one current and one former, to the U.S.-Mexico border.
We ended catch and release. We built 571 miles of border wall.
Former President Trump keeping it a central issue in his 2024 campaign, especially in light of a new Wall Street Journal poll showing it remains the top issue for voters, up from 6% in April to 20% now. Concerns growing over migrants committing crimes, with the death of 22-year-old Laken Riley in Georgia, the suspect a migrant in the country illegally. One of the officers in this now viral video showing New York City police officers being beaten by illegal migrants. One set to come to Washington this week as a guest of Republican Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis at President Biden's State of the Union address.
To bring attention to how this border policy of our president is affecting cities like mine. This is unnecessary what happened there. It should have never happened.
And at that State of the Union, we expect President Biden to put the blame on Congress for not passing legislation that could have improved the situation. His administration continuing to push back hard against the notion that this could be solved by executive action.
We cannot, through administrative action, add 4,300 asylum officers so that we can work through the backlog.
New reporting from Axio showing that backlog has skyrocketed, up from 3 million waiting for their asylum cases to be heard in 2020, with more than 8 million predicted by October of this year. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
All of our kids are going to be impacted by this, but especially Black and Latino kids. I cannot in good conscience support this.
As the House of Delegates passes its version of juvenile crime legislation, all eyes turn to the Senate today as senators prepare to vote on their own version. An attempted car theft captured right there on camera as the victim could only watch in disbelief. Her concerns for the lack of accountability against juveniles.
Temperatures are mild this morning. We're tracking more rain headed our way, but those temperatures think you're going to like them.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday, March 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yeah, what, third day of summer, maybe, possibly? Woke up and it felt like it was summertime.
I like that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast.
Temperatures in the 60s yesterday. We'll have them again in the 60s today, but we are tracking some more rain that we have to deal with later this week. Our Towson camera, all good right now. No issues to report. And look at some of these numbers, mid to upper 40s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 48. We're at 51 in Brooklyn Park and 48 as well for you in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. A mild Monday morning, temperatures staying above average here throughout most of the week, but we are tracking more rain. So no rain for your morning drive today. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Temps staying in the 40s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Taking a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a live look over Charles Street right in the Ruxton Road area. As you can see, traffic's moving along without any issue. In fact, really no issues to report at all. There is one, though, that just popped up, 70 westbound right near 695 and the BW Parkway. So westbound lanes, there's a collision. It's not causing any delays. This is on the inside of the inner loop right there coming on 70 and getting on the 695. That's where you see the little incident, but there's no delays.
There is no amendment to this bill that would satisfy that for me.
This time, we need to take it seriously. We need to make sure and hold accountable our law enforcement officers and make sure that they do what they are supposed to do righteously.
Since the implementation of the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, less than 2 years later, we are willing to roll back all of the advances that we made.
In your Session 2024 coverage, Maryland senators are preparing this morning to debate their juvenile crime legislation. This comes after passionate debate on the House floor as delegates overwhelmingly pass their own juvenile crime legislation.
Now, the juvenile crime bill has been one of the most talked about bills this session. In fact, this morning we have live team coverage. Just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with a car theft that was caught on camera. Another example of juvenile crime crisis that's plaguing Maryland. We begin with Taylor Stewart this morning. She's joining us live with more as the Senate is expected to now make a vote today on its version. Taylor.
Well, look, just last week, the House passed its version of a juvenile crime package. Overwhelming support. We're talking about 126-6 vote. But both sides of the aisle say this framework is not perfect. After a week of heated debate and a tense security scare on the Capitol grounds, state lawmakers in the House pass a juvenile crime package.
House Bill 814, juvenile law reform.
The bipartisan measure passed in an overwhelming 126-6 vote, but not without tense debate. At times,
to my last breath, I will make sure that commission does what it's supposed to do.
Reaching a fever pitch.
Even my most fiscally conservative colleagues will spend millions and millions and millions to the tune of $10 million to lock up little black boys. Yeah, I said it.
But real negotiations, political analyst John Deedy says, begin Monday.
I see this getting through the Senate in a compromise.
The House package calls for the creation of a commission to gather more data about juvenile crime. It extends probation.
And the two things are really trying to focus on rehabilitation and accountability.
And seeks to involve state attorneys earlier in the charging process.
The governor over and over again and other legislative leaders have said the word accountability, accountability, accountability.
But the question of holding children as young as 10 accountable for certain offenses did not land softly on the House floor.
All of our kids are going to be impacted by this, but especially Black and Latino kids.
Unlike the Senate juvenile crime proposal, House Bill 814 expands the jurisdiction of the Department of Juvenile Services to offer diversionary programs for kids 10 to 12 years old for a first-time offense.
I think it could be a sticking point. A lot of people have talked about diversionary programs, etc. That could be a good way to kind of prevent someone from making a worse mistake the second time.
That is, except for kids involved in car theft or found in possession of a gun. They would face juvenile charges.
This bill is a pretty fair attempt to do both. It's not perfect for me. It's not perfect for a lot of others here.
Now, despite fiscal concerns about the plan.
Does the bill address any funding for diversion programs?
So we don't usually deal with funding, but that is an issue that certainly is part of the budgetary process.
The measure moves into the Senate, a chamber with its own views on tackling rising juvenile crime in the state. Now, assuming today the Senate passes its own version of this bill, it then moves to final negotiations. We'll, of course, keep our eyes on that and keep you updated throughout the week in Annapolis. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45, Early Edition.
As lawmakers battle over solutions for youth crime, state law enforcement officers are trying to help Marylanders protect their cars. The Maryland State Police Department hosted steering wheel lock giveaways at multiple barracks over the weekend. Officers gave out wheel locks at locations from Annapolis to Cecil County. State police say they plan on holding more of these events in more communities going forward, but they needed to focus on areas where the most cars are being stolen first. Now, meanwhile, a group of kids in Anne Arundel County are caught on camera trying to break into a car. Olivia Dance continues our live team coverage with more on the victims' concerns about the juvenile crime crisis. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Patrice, so far in this recent case, no arrests have been made. But on Friday evening, right here in the Riverside neighborhood, a group of juveniles were seen running away from a Kia SUV. According to Baltimore police, the Kia was stolen out of Anne Arundel County. Just hours before those teens were seen here in Riverside, this attempted car theft caught on camera in Anne Arundel County. The suspects fled off in a gray Kia SUV, realizing that they were on camera. Kiana Nichols, the car owner, could only watch in disbelief.
Looking at the camera, they look so young, they sound so young, and I just couldn't believe it. If they're bold enough to do this in the daytime, what else are they going to do? What else would they be bold enough to try?
Later Friday evening near Boston Street in Baltimore, reports of a Kia SUV used in an attempted robbery. And then just a few minutes later came the reports of a group of juveniles running from a Kia SUV here in Riverside. The description of the suspects similar to the ones captured on camera. As lawmakers continue to debate what punishment is best for juveniles who steal cars, juveniles continue to steal them. And it hasn't been confirmed if the juveniles captured on camera are the same that ditched the stolen Kia from Anne Arundel County here in Riverside. But again, so far there have been no arrests made in this recent case. For now, reporting live in Riverside, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
5:07 in a city in crisis. The Baltimore Police Department is investigating a shooting in South Baltimore.
Now, officers say a 48-year-old woman was shot just before 5 yesterday morning. This happened on Bethune Road, right near Cherry Hill Park. Police say the victim's injuries are not life-threatening. Anyone with information, though, is asked to contact Baltimore Police. According to the most recent data from Baltimore Police Department, the 30 people have been killed in the city so far this year. 71 have survived being shot.
I had to build a fence to contain it all, to hold it for that long.
Weekly recycling service is set to make a long-awaited return. Still to come, the changes that had to happen within the Department of Public Works to make it happen.
Supreme Court is putting a major decision on the fast track, and it could impact the presidential election. The case that could have a decision as early as this morning. 5:08 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local all morning.
And our temperatures are in the 40s this morning. We're starting off with mild conditions. We'll talk more about your forecast coming 5:11 is your time right now. We are talking about temperatures that are pretty mild this morning. As we look around the state, you can see a lot of green there with the mid to upper 40s, even some 50s at this hour. So if you are going to get out and about here in the next few hours, make sure to grab at least a light jacket. Have the sunglasses with you. We'll kind of see a mix of clouds and sun throughout the afternoon, but no need for the umbrella today. However, later this week, we are tracking more chances for rain. So if you want to get out for a run or a jog, even a walk around the neighborhood, temps are in the mid to upper 40s, so probably just a light jacket is all you'll need for your jogging cast. Back with your full forecast coming up.
5:11 now. A surprise schedule change for the U.S. Supreme Court, which could hand down a major decision this morning in the case over whether former President Donald Trump can be kicked off 2024 primary ballots over alleged efforts to overthrow the 2020 election.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we know and how this could play out. Megan.
Here's what we know, guys. Taking you live to Denver, where the challenge by the Colorado Supreme Court argues that the former president is disqualified from being president again and is ineligible for the state's primary, which, by the way, is tomorrow. Today's resolution, however, could bring clarity on whether votes for Trump, the leading Republican candidate for president, will ultimately count. Both sides had requested fast work by the court, which heard arguments less than a month ago on February 8th. The Colorado court was the first to invoke the provision. Since then, Trump has also been barred from primary ballots in Illinois and Maine. However, both, along with Colorado's, they are on hold pending the outcome of today's Supreme Court decision. The justices, they weren't scheduled to issue decisions until March 15th, but just yesterday we got that surprise scheduling update, changing everything. As we take you live now to the Supreme Court in D.C., the U.S. Supreme Court, we are now expecting to hear their opinions at 10 o'clock this morning. We are going to keep you posted right here from our live center as that news breaks from the Supreme Court. That's the latest. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. New warning signs for President Biden ahead of the 2024 presidential election, where new polls show he's losing support of voters.
They are going against the distrust of our community members, and that's completely unacceptable.
The Baltimore City Council is putting this Safe Streets program under the microscope. The questions council members are preparing to ask about how the program hires new employees. 5:13, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:16 and topping your consumer news this Monday, Wallet Hub ranks Chicago, Houston, New York, and LA as the top U.S. cities where people are stressed about money.
The report uses metrics like bankruptcy filings, credit scores, and financial accounts in forbearance. Other cities that are experiencing financial stress include Dallas, Vegas, Atlanta, and Jacksonville, Florida. Baltimore ranks 19th on the list.
Well, in the meantime, a prominent financial expert says Gen Z workers could see an entrepreneurial boom like never before because of advances in technologies. King Coleman says the playing field of who succeeds as entrepreneurs will become more level for Gen Z. Coleman also believes that technology changes or technological changes will mean society is closer to a post-college career trend where colleges will see drops in enrollment as more companies rely less on college degrees. Once again, Netflix could be making more price hikes to its memberships this year.
According to a report by financial services company UBS, it says membership fees could go up by 5%, with scaling ad revenues playing a part in rising prices. The company has previously made small monthly fee increases on some tiers back in mid-October as advertisement options came online.
5:17, and take a look at this. Yeah, a groom in Utah decides to add a bit of a tech touch to his wedding day outfit.
Interesting. All right. Jacob, a tech engineer, wore the new Apple Vision Pro headset on his wedding day. You see in the photo. His new wife is a bit taken back by his decision. The bride says she allowed her husband to wear the headset during the reception, but she stopped him from wearing it throughout the ceremony. The Apple Vision Pro is a virtual reality headset that can display digital content within a person's physical space. When wearing the headset, a user can navigate by using their voice, hands, and of course, their eyes. So what was he trying to see or
he was trying to see his divorce coming very quickly, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, like you're in a virtual reality when you're missing your wedding day. I mean, that doesn't bode well for that relationship.
It does not at all.
No. Maybe he was talking with an attorney. I don't know. Maybe she is. All right, take a look at this. Some flowers blooming right here in Maryland with the warm weather finally arriving this weekend. We saw them all. Crocuses and irises are popping up from Catonsville. This was sent in from Catherine, and these pictures of her garden. So thank you so much for that. And the bloom is a sure sign spring is coming.
But we definitely had enough rain on Saturday to bring these flowers. We want to see the seasons changing in your community. Scan the QR code on your screen to share your pictures and videos, or you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
I mean, what does it say about that guy when his reality is not good enough so he has to have a virtual reality? Like, right. What an idiot this guy is.
Yep.
That's the consensus.
And she said, I do, I guess, right? I mean, she went well.
I mean, she did. She told him to take it off during the. But I'm wondering what it was that was so important that he needed to see.
Well, he probably wanted to be viral.
That's it. Yeah.
There you go. So great. We don't know your name. That's perfect. Beautiful. All right, thanks for coming, everybody. Our live cam here, downtown Baltimore, Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Nice conditions at this time and temperatures that are not too bad. 48 is your current temperature, BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of at this time. Up and down the East Coast, continuing to see the dry conditions, but we're tracking our next weather maker, and that's this area of low pressure that's right off the Carolina coast. This coastal low is going to track to the north over the next few hours, and by the time we get into tonight, we'll see some rain that will roll in, and that's going to last through tomorrow morning as well. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, no need for the umbrella today. Overall, we'll see those clouds increase as we head later into the afternoon. And another very mild day. Lower 60s by noontime. We'll be in the mid to upper 60s. The only difference today from yesterday is that you'll get more cloud cover by the time we head into the afternoon and evening time. So good day to play some golf out there, golfers. I'm telling you, on your forecast, lower 50s by 9 a.m. and 60s into that noon hour. We'll get to those mid to upper 60s here throughout the later part of the day today. Overall, not too bad. Checking those temperatures. Carroll and Baltimore counties, low to mid and upper 60s. 51 is typically where we are for early March, but we're not going to be anywhere near that. In fact, a lot of mid-60s for you. Ellicott City and Columbia down through Elk Ridge, over through Severna Park, Annapolis at 61, 63 for you in Odenton today. Checking our temperature trend, and notice we stay well above average. Even with the rain that's on the way later this week, we're still going to keep those numbers in the upper 50s and lower 60s starting tomorrow and through most of the rest of the week as well. So here's our future scan. You can see those clouds around this afternoon. There's the green coming in later tonight. There's the low kind of sneaking in from the south, and this is going to be right on top of us through tomorrow morning. So it will be a wet commute on Tuesday, but by Tuesday afternoon, the rain's going to be done. We'll keep the clouds around, kind of the misty conditions. Another round of rain is on the way for Wednesday, and that's going to bring a little bit more rain, kind of a more potent system that's going to bring those showers for most of Wednesday afternoon into Wednesday night as well. Thursday, a bit of a break into Friday as well, and then guess what? We have to deal with more rain for this upcoming weekend. This is our time change weekend. Don't forget about that. Got to spring forward when you go to bed Saturday night, and make sure to get those batteries in your smoke detectors and CO detectors all checked and replaced. To do that every 6 months. But yeah, time change weekend, not looking too bad with temps back to the upper 50s.
Take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Live look around over Loch Raven Boulevard, and you can see traffic's no issue at all this morning. In fact, all the major roads around the Baltimore region are open. The only issue that we need to report right now is there's a disabled vehicle on the Bay Bridge eastbound on 50, and it's got one lane blocked. It's causing a slight delay. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841, both operating with delays, running about 5 minutes late. Perhaps allow a little extra time in your travels there. You'll find light rail on time from end to end, and Metro Subway on schedule too in both directions. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Vice President Kamala Harris calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The deal on the table at the White House this morning, plus the bill in Annapolis focused on the war in Gaza.
Future doctor visits may rely on artificial intelligence. How medical officials say it will predict who will get better or worse. 5:22, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning. 525, a Rhode Island-based company is making medical decisions possible through artificial intelligence.
Medical reporter Barbara Morse takes a look at how it is helping patients with chronic kidney disease.
How'd you come up with this? 20 years thinking about it. I got my PhD in healthcare, and back then we didn't have big data. I was like, why don't we use data to make better medical decisions?
Now, CEO and founder of DeLorean AI, Severance McLaughlin, says it's that big data that is able to help predict someone's medical future. And it's being used at all 230 innovative renal care dialysis centers nationwide.
We process 52 million patients, 40 million of those twice a day.
This isn't just a snapshot of a patient, it is the entire medical record.
It's clinical, it's blood work, it's hospitalization records, it's electronic medical records, it's claims.
In the case of those on dialysis,
it will predict who has the best chances for a transplant, and we can give you the time frame of the prediction, what the probability of the prediction, and then what's the next best action for the physician, for the nurse, for the patient themselves, or their family to take to get this individual better, stable, or prevent them from going to the hospital.
What we've seen is our hospitalization rates have actually come down, particularly in this clinic.
By 25%.
It allows us to get in front of the issues before they become an issue.
I think what this tool has done is it's able to show things much more scientifically.
Even beyond kidney care.
We can predict a heart attack within 3 weeks with over 90% accuracy. We also do diabetes, COPD.
One of its latest applications is using this AI to better treat patients with mental health issues such as depression. Severance tells me it can better predict which medications work for which patients and at what doses. I'm medical reporter Barbara Morse.
Highs are going to be in the 60s today when we could expect our next chance for rain this week.
After 4 years of internal issues, Baltimore City set to resume weekly recycling. How new technology will help reduce the number of stops. 527, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Monday morning, March 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and hopefully he'll get the sunblock again out today.
It already feels warm out there. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast.
Temps staying well above average. We'll get a little bit more cloud cover today, but overall not tracking rain really until tonight. So we do have some dry conditions here from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, about an hour away from the sun coming up. So eventually we'll start getting that morning glow. And checking these temperatures too, mid to upper 40s is where we are. Even some 50s hanging around Gaithersburg and Westminster right now. 46 in Chestertown. We're at 47 in Annapolis for Anne Arundel County. So our morning commute looking not too bad. Mid to upper 40s, staying dry. Again, a little bit more cloud cover around today with temperatures sliding into the 50s as early as 9 a.m. We'll top out at 67 today. A little cooler both Tuesday and Wednesday. We're tracking some rain and those numbers come back down. But again, still in the 60s. So we stay above average most of this week. We're back with your full forecast, and we'll take a closer look at what we can expect with that rain and how it's going to impact you coming up.
DPW is the poster child for an agency that needs to be completely revamped. They are the highest funded city agency, and they are failing to perform their most basic functions.
Today, Mayor Brandon Scott will be set to highlight the return of weekly recycling this week.
This comes as the reduced pickups have been a frustration for both city council members and residents since the start of the pandemic.
Olivia Dan's joining us live this morning with changes that we can expect from the Department of Public Works. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, weekly recycling is finally returning to Baltimore this week. And as you mentioned, Mayor Brandon Scott is expected to talk about that during a press conference at 10 this morning. But we know that for the past few years, residents have complained that the city doesn't have weekly recycling. Take a listen.
I had to build a fence to contain it all, to hold it for that long and, not create a bunch of litter around the neighborhood. That frequency is codified in our city charter. And it's not an option for the mayor to be out of compliance.
That resident pointing to the city's own charter, which says recycling must be performed weekly. The service was paused completely in 2020 because of the pandemic before switching to a bi-weekly schedule. The reduced pickups have been a frustration for both residents and city council members.
They've been in violation of the law for the past 2 years, and no other jurisdiction has had this kind of impact and had this stuff go off the line the way Baltimore City has.
Last year, one group of residents tried to take legal action against the city, saying they were paying for trash and recycling services that were not being provided to them. And now, after years of the city promising but then failing to return the service, the city says it's finally able to go back to its pre-pandemic weekly schedule, thanks to new trucks, upgraded technology, and better staffing in the Department of Public Works. And of course, you can find any updates from the mayor's press conference today on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Continuing coverage this morning, this Safe Streets program will be under the microscope as members of the Baltimore City Council are set to hold an oversight hearing into the hiring practices of the Violence Intervention Program. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with what is to come this week and the questions that remain unanswered. Taylor.
That's right, Patrice. Fox 45 News for years has been investigating Safe Streets. A lot of our questions recently have come down to the names of those who work with this organization. While Safe Streets is not a city-operated agency, it works with nonprofits that get millions of taxpayer dollars. This all goes back to that FBI raid in October and some federal documents that revealed that these questions aren't without merit. Now, it ties members of Baltimore's notorious BGF gang to Safe Streets. Back in October, FBI raided the Safe Streets Bel Air location, and federal documents even say it served as a, quote, de facto clubhouse for Baltimore's Black guerrilla family. Council President Nick Mosby says this week hopefully we'll get some of these answers.
I expect that at the hearing for Monty to come in and literally lay out or have their partners lay out, again, the hiring process, the vetting process, how are they ensuring that, one, the workers are getting what they need, and two, that the workers are doing and performing the work that's required.
Just last week, Fox 45 News sent another batch of questions to the mayor's office. This time we asked if the Safe Streets employees are credible messengers in the community and people who know who they are, and why won't this city release those names to the public? We have not received a response from the mayor, not a direct one at least. We're hoping that this Thursday, when that council meeting gets underway, we start to get some of those answers, but we'll of course keep you updated as it gets underway and bring you the very latest. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News, Baltimore, early edition.
In just a few hours, Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to host a member of Israel's wartime cabinet.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what they're hoping to accomplish today and the other world leaders who aren't happy about this. Megan.
A lot surrounding this, guys. We are taking you live to the White House, where today's planned visit from an Israeli political leader is happening, and it's highlighting divisions in Israel's government over the war in Gaza. According to Israeli media, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is fuming over Benny Gantz's decision to visit the White House today. Netanyahu now ordering the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. not to escort his political rival when he arrives. Gantz, we know, heads Israel's centrist party in opposition to Netanyahu's far-right government. And according to his office, he is expected to meet with Harris and other federal officials today to discuss the urgency of reaching a hostage deal and a ceasefire. Today's meeting comes after Israeli officials publicly endorsed this framework here for a proposed hostage release deal. And you can see it includes plans for a 6-week ceasefire. The deal would also require Hamas to provide a list of all the hostages they have who are still alive, with another prisoner exchange between Israel and Hamas. But at this point, guys, no exact numbers as what that could entail. There is increased pressure on both sides to reach an agreement, though, after more than 100 people were killed trying to get food from aid trucks in Gaza last week. Hamas claiming that Israeli soldiers opened fire on the crowd, while Israel is saying looters rushed the convoy of trucks, causing a stampede that resulted in the deaths. Vice President Harris now saying the ceasefire on the table right now is the best deal available to get critical relief and food to the starving people of Gaza.
Hamas claims it wants a ceasefire. Well, there is a deal on the table. And as we have said, Hamas needs to agree to that deal. Let's get a ceasefire. Let's reunite the hostages with their families. And let's provide immediate relief to the people of Gaza.
In Annapolis this week, lawmakers will be debating a bill that's focused on the war in Gaza. And the Not on Our Dime Act is what it's called. It would prohibit certain nonprofit organizations in Maryland from helping the Israeli government in occupying the West Bank, parts of Jerusalem, and other territories near the country. If the bill is passed, nonprofits that violate the policy would be subject to damages from the state of Maryland and would be removed from the state's registry of charitable solicitation. A hearing on that proposal is set for Wednesday. That is the very latest from our live center.
This bill is a pretty fair attempt to do both. It's not perfect for me. It's not perfect for a lot of others here.
Lawmakers in Annapolis continue battling over legislation to hold juvenile offenders accountable. Topping our next half hour, the debate surrounding diversionary programs.
The University of Maryland suspends Greek life indefinitely. What the university says sparked the move and the ongoing investigation.
We're tracking our next chance for rain. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know just how your work week will shape up. 5:39, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local, all morning. 5:42, we want to get to your Fox Box for what's making headlines this Monday morning.
The U.S. military is putting Ospreys in the air again. The Pentagon will reportedly lift its ban on flights this week after a 3-month-long grounding. The grounding came after a crash resulting in the deaths of 8 service members.
National Transportation Safety Board continues investigating a multi-train derailment that happened in Pennsylvania. 3 trains from the Norfolk Southern Corporation involved. NTSB says they plan to release a preliminary report in 3 weeks.
Tesla raises the price tag on one of its EVs as slower EV sales could be on the horizon. The company's website says it is upping the price of its Model Y series in the U.S. by about $1,000. Tesla warned of slower growth in January.
And University of Maryland hands out an indefinite suspension for all Greek organizations. While university officials did not report hazing, they did say there have been activities that have threatened the safety and well-being of members of the university community. The suspension will remain in place until an investigation is complete.
I couldn't think of a better situation, so definitely excited to be here.
The O's top prospect is chasing down a spot on the opening day roster. Up next, his mindset as we look ahead to the regular season.
And there's a new face at the top of college basketball's scoring list. We show you the moment a seemingly untouchable mark was met and surpassed. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .546, the countdown keeps ticking. The clock is ticking closer to opening day right there at Camden Yards. Taking a live look here. We are just 3 weeks away from the first pitch, the O's opener against Los Angeles Angels, and the start of another baseball season. Until then, the Birds are getting ready for the marathon that is the regular season in Sarasota.
Spring training continuing Sunday afternoon with the game against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Tied at 2-2 in the 9th, and undrafted player T.T. Bowen hits a go-ahead 3-run home run to help the O's earn a 5-2 win. Now, from a fringe player to a future superstar, Birdland can't stop chirping about the top prospect, Jackson Holliday.
After an incredible rise through the minor leagues, the 20-year-old is in the cusp of a big league debut. Sports Unlimited Rocco DeSangro spoke with Holliday in Sarasota about where his head is at as he chases a spot on opening day roster. Well, with the sound, obviously we're trying to work on that, but Holliday says he could not think of a better time to be able to play in the leagues here.
All right. Meanwhile, a seemingly untouchable record was bested in the world of college basketball. Here's the moment it happened.
5:48 is the time, and yeah, it's going to be a wet week ahead of us, but right now, still feeling a little pretty warm, especially when you step outside.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Even with the rain that we have on the way, our temps are going to be above average this week. So not too bad. Our first week of March, first full week of March that it is. And looking outside right now, our Towson camera not looking too bad. Sun coming up here in just a little bit. Officially 48 in Towson. Really no wind to speak of, so we're not talking about wind chill numbers. And you can see up and down the East Coast staying very dry here throughout the morning. This coastal low, this area of low pressure right down here to the south of us. This is coming up from the Carolinas. We'll be tracking up the East Coast as we head into the next few hours, and especially by tonight, that's when some of that rain is going to roll through. But for the day today, we are going to stay dry as we look at your coffee cast here. Upper 40s for the next few hours in terms of your temperatures. Sun comes up, excuse me, at 6:34. And we'll go to bed tonight at 6:03. So we're getting longer daylight hours as we get a little bit closer to that first day of fall. Metrocast Day Planner, upper 40s through 8 a.m. there at Fed Hill, and numbers for you that'll climb to the lower 60s. Good day for lunch outside today. No reason why you can't do that. We'll end up in the low to mid 60s here as we head later into the day today. And you can see some of the high temperatures well above average. Typically lower 50s is where we are across the eastern shore, and up and down the Chesapeake we'll be in the 50s and lower to mid 60s through the day today. 70s just to the west of us, Ohio River Valley, Cleveland, Columbus, Charleston, Pittsburgh, all in those low to mid 70s. So we're enjoying some of those temperatures that are not too bad and above average here. Here's our future scan. So keeping the clouds around later this afternoon. Rain comes in late tonight through early tomorrow morning. Going to be a little bit of a wet commute on Tuesday. That rain will track out of here Tuesday afternoon, but will stay overcast and kind of misty through the day tomorrow. And then another weather maker is coming in on Wednesday. That's going to bring even more rain to the region through Wednesday late afternoon into Wednesday night. That's going to track out of here on Thursday and give us a bit of a break as we head toward Friday, but then another chance for rain coming by the time we head to the weekend. This is the spring forward weekend, so 6 days left until we spring forward, the time change. 13 days until St. Patty's Day, so just under 2 weeks. We talked about the O's home opener just over 3 weeks away, and Easter is coming up now in less than 4 weeks. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Again, we have the off and on showers to get through starting tonight through tomorrow morning, another round of rain Wednesday and Thursday, and then we do have more rain on the way for this upcoming weekend as well.
Well, here's a live look now from our Len Stolen mobile track. Cruising around the area in Perry Hall, right on 95 northbound. And yeah, dry roads and no issues to report. In fact, earlier you saw a lot of stars, but the cloud cover Justin's talking about may change that. Now we're going to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 operating with a delay. 511 train presently running about 10 minutes late, and we've got Camden 843 with a 5-minute delay. Out there on light rail, expect on-time service in your travels. And you'll find out there on the Metro subway service, on-time service in both directions at present, but just after 6:30, you'll find a delay related to single tracking. Allow time for travel there, probably up to 8 to 10 minutes delay on Metro subway after 6:30. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
President Biden losing support from key voting blocs. So what does that mean for the path forward? I'm Christine Frizzell with a snapshot of the race just one day before Super Tuesday.
The Colorado primary is happening tomorrow. Still ahead, the ruling happening today that could determine whether former President Donald Trump will be on the ballot. 5:52, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.55, and in your election 2024 coverage, there are new warning signs for President Joe Biden. The latest polls showing that he is continuing to lose support, including in some key in some key areas.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell takes a look at how former President Donald Trump is now trying to take advantage of that.
Real Time with Bill Maher.
Don't try to deny the age thing. Lean into it. Lean in. Lean in like you're eating soup.
To Saturday Night Live.
Biden is 81 years old. Isn't that a little concerning?
Only if you're scared of wisdom.
The weekend brought a harsh reminder that President Biden's age remains both the butt of jokes.
Just gotta find a button.
And a serious matter. According to a new Wall Street Journal poll showing 73% of those surveyed say he's too old to run for president, compared to 52% who said the same about Donald Trump. This despite a clean bill of health from President Biden's doctor, who called him a healthy, active, robust 81-year-old. As a new New York Times poll shows Biden trailing Trump by 5 percentage points in a head-to-head matchup. One major concern, a splintering within the Democratic Party, including among women and black voters, with more Hispanic voters now supporting Donald Trump than Joe Biden.
I think the American people have real concerns where President Biden is with regard to his fitness for office, particularly his mental acuity, and relative to President Biden or relative to former President Trump. I don't even think it's a close call when you see the two in action.
Still, Biden supporters point out Donald Trump isn't the nominee yet. Not only is Nikki Haley still in the race, Trump's criminal trials are just heating up, and the reality of an actual Trump-Biden matchup could flip the numbers.
We have 20% or more of voters saying they will never vote
for former President Trump, partly because of his 91 criminal counts that he's facing, partly because of the chaos that he created as a former president, partly because of his ongoing statements.
And this week could bring far more clarity in the race, with more than 15 primary contests being held on Tuesday. And then President Biden expected to sharpen his message at the State of the Union address on Thursday. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley wins the D.C. primary. It is her first primary win in her effort to challenge former President Trump.
Well, Donald Trump swept the competition in 3 GOP contests Saturday, securing wins as well as delegates in Missouri, Michigan, and Idaho. In all 3 states, the former president trounced his sole remaining Republican rival, Nikki Haley, moving him one step closer to becoming the 2024 GOP presidential nominee and making a potential rematch with President Joe Biden all the more likely. Trump has already made Biden the target of his presidential rallies, including at one Saturday in North Carolina.
Biden's conduct on our border is by any definition a conspiracy to overthrow the United States of America. You know, he talks about democracy. He is a danger to democracy.
Well, Haley is vowing to stay in the race at least through Super Tuesday, which is tomorrow, which will see contests in 15 states and the American Samoa.
Well, we could get a Supreme Court decision on Trump's ballot eligibility this week. The justices are signaling they will issue at least one ruling today. Now, they didn't say what it was for, but the timing comes just one day before Super Tuesday, and that includes Colorado, which had found the former president's White House bid unconstitutional because of his role in the January 6th Capitol riot in 2021.
There is no amendment to this bill that would satisfy that for me.
This time, we need to take it seriously.
Official delegates passed juvenile crime legislation, but now all eyes turn to the Senate. Coming up, the major talking points expected in today's hearing.
And I've always felt like it was a really safe area, and it just completely made me feel violated.
An attempted car theft caught on camera is shining a light on juvenile crime in Maryland. Just ahead, the victim's concerns and the possible connection to another crime.
We have more rain in our forecast, but temperatures are going to be above average. We'll take a closer look at it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Monday morning. It is March 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A new week, and it feels like we are going into spring really fast. I mean, my goodness, after this weekend.
I like that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at the forecast and what is coming our way this week.
Very pleasant afternoon yesterday. Lots of sunshine today. A little bit more cloud cover, but our temperature is very similar to what we saw yesterday. We're talking mid to upper 60s again. Starting off kind of mild right now with those clouds around as we look out over the city. Lights are on and looking good. Upper 40s and lower 50s here. Cockeysville and Towson to Baltimore City right at 50 degrees. Keeping the upper 40s there for you. Rosedale, Essex, Middle River also in the mid to upper 40s. So a mild Monday morning, temperatures staying above average, but we are tracking more rain on the way as well. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and it is really all clear on the major roads and the highways around the Baltimore region for this Monday morning commute. No issues reported. If you're getting out of the house right now at 6:01, we're taking a look at several stretches of the highway in the Baltimore area. Traffic moving along freely.
In your Session 2024 coverage, we are just hours away from the start of today's session at the Maryland legislature, and senators will soon debate their juvenile crime legislation. Now, this comes after passionate debate on the House floor as delegates overwhelmingly pass their own juvenile crime legislation. The juvenile crime bill has been one of the most talked about bills this session.
Well, we have live team coverage this morning on juvenile justice. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us with a car theft that was caught on camera, showing another example of juvenile crime crisis plaguing Maryland. We begin with Taylor Stewart. She's joining us with more as the Senate is expected to take a vote today on its version. Taylor.
That's right. We're talking about two different versions of a juvenile crime package. Just this past Friday, the House passed its version, but today we're expecting the Senate to debate the version they have on the table. Now, last week, despite bipartisan support and overwhelming vote, there are still issues with this framework, as pointed out by several delegates and critics. This is what it entails here. The House package calls for the creation of a commission to gather more data on juvenile crime. It extends probation. It also seeks to involve state attorneys earlier in the charging process. But here's the difference here. Unlike the Senate juvenile crime proposal, House Bill 814 expands the jurisdiction of the Department of Juvenile Services. It opens the door for kids as young as 10 or 12 years old to come in contact with DJS for a first-time offense.
But especially Black and Latino kids.
I think it could be a sticking point. The governor over and over again and other legislative leaders have said the word accountability, accountability, accountability.
Now, look, the goal here is to connect juveniles with diversionary services, those children who are 10 or 12 years old, bring them into the system, help them get the help they need. The mayor has said he has supported this plan, but this provision is one that is not in the Senate's version. We'll have to see what they come up with later on today.
Kelly, we heard some concerns. Are there any other concerns, though, that are in this House package?
There's funding, fiscal concerns, structural concerns. Take a listen to some of the questions around how they're going to fund this plan.
Does the bill address any funding for diversion programs?
So we don't usually deal with funding, but that is an issue that certainly is part of the budgetary process.
Assuming today the Senate passes its own version of a juvenile crime package, they'll have to come to head with that question about young people 10 and 12 years old coming in contact with DJS, a department that doesn't have a lot of services. We'll keep you updated, though, on both of these proposals. Back to you in the studio. Taylor Stewart in Baltimore, Fox 45 Morning News.
State law enforcement officers are trying to help Marylanders protect their cars. The Maryland State Police Department hosted steering wheel lock giveaways at multiple barracks over the weekend. Officers gave out wheel locks at locations from Annapolis to Cecil County. State police say they plan on holding more of these events in more communities going forward, but needed to focus on areas where the most cars are being stolen first.
In Anne Arundel County, they're caught on camera trying to break into a vehicle. Olivia Dance continues our live team coverage for us with more on the victims' concerns over the juvenile crime crisis. Olivia?
Well, so far in this recent case, Tom, no arrests have been made. But on Friday evening, right here in the Riverside neighborhood, a group of juveniles were seen running away from a Kia SUV. According to Baltimore police, the Kia was stolen out of Anne Arundel County. Just hours before those teens were seen here in Riverside, this attempted car theft caught on camera in Anne Arundel County. The suspects fled off in a gray Kia SUV, realizing that they were on camera. Kiana Nichols, the car owner, could only watch in disbelief.
They knew they were being recorded and they didn't even care. I haven't lived here very long and I've always felt like it was a really safe area, and it just completely made me feel violated.
Later Friday evening near Boston Street in Baltimore, reports of a Kia SUV used in an attempted robbery. And then a few minutes later came reports of a group of juveniles running from a Kia SUV here in Riverside. The description of the suspects similar to the ones captured on camera. As lawmakers continue to debate what punishment is best for juveniles who steal cars, juveniles continue to steal them. And it hasn't been confirmed the juveniles captured on camera are the same that ditched the stolen Kia from Anne Arundel County here in Riverside. But again, so far, there have been no arrests made. For now, reporting live in Riverside, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And now to a city in crisis. Baltimore Police Department investigating a shooting in South Baltimore.
Officers say a 48-year-old woman was shot just before 5 yesterday morning. It happened on Bethune Road near Cherry Hill Park. Police say the victim's injuries are not life-threatening. Anyone with information should contact Baltimore Police. According to the most recent data from Baltimore Police, 30 people have been killed in the city this year. 71 have survived being shot.
We are now less than 4 hours away from the U.S. Supreme Court's decision on whether former President Donald Trump can be kicked off 2024 primary ballots, how this could all play out.
Safe Streets program is under the spotlight as their hiring practices are being questioned. Still ahead in our next half hour, the questions that remain for the Baltimore City Council.
Our temps are mild this morning, even some lower 50s here as you get up on your Monday. We're tracking rain and milder conditions for the week ahead. We'll talk about it. Welcome back, everyone. 6:10 is your time right now. It is Monday morning. Hopefully you enjoyed the weekend, had that rain, but also lots of sunshine yesterday. And we're going to see temps that are going to stay well above average as we look down toward the Towson traffic circle right now. Dry conditions out there on the roads with no issues. Check out some of these temperatures across the DMV, upper 40s and even some lower 50s this hour. So taking a look at your jogging cast, if you're out for a run or a jog, even just a walk around the neighborhood here, we're talking about mid to upper 40s for the next few hours. So just a light jacket is probably all you'll need. We'll talk more about that rain that's coming back and how long and how much rain we're talking for the week ahead in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. A surprise schedule change for the U.S. Supreme Court, which could hand down a major decision this morning in the case over whether former President Donald Trump can be kicked off the 2024 primary ballots over alleged efforts to overthrow the 2020 election.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with how this could all play out. Megan.
Yeah, we're taking you live to Denver here this morning, guys, where the challenge by the Colorado Supreme Court argues the former president is disqualified from being president again and is ineligible for the state's primary, which, by the way, is happening there tomorrow. Today's resolution could bring clarity on whether votes for Trump, the leading Republican candidate for president, will ultimately count. Both sides had requested fast work by the court, which heard arguments less than a month ago on February 8th. The Colorado court was the first to invoke the provision. Now, since then, Trump has also been barred from primary ballots in Illinois and also in Maine. However, both, along with Colorado's, they are on hold pending the outcome of today's Supreme Court decision. The justices, they were not scheduled to issue decisions until March 15th, but then yesterday, that surprise scheduling update changing everything. Taking you live now to the Supreme Court here in D.C., where we are expecting to hear its opinion at 10 a.m. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as news breaks from the U.S. Supreme Court today. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. The Israeli prime minister's political rivals is making his way to the U.S. How a meeting is set for later today could shape a ceasefire agreement in the war with Gaza.
Plus, a doctor shortage has Americans waiting years for appointments they desperately need. Why it's been so hard for so many people to get the medical help they need. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .15, we have a health alert for you this morning. People who test positive for COVID-19 no longer need to isolate from others for 5 days. That is according to new guidelines issued Friday from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The CDC now says people who have COVID-19 should stay home until they've been fever-free without medication for at least 24 hours and their symptoms are improving. Agency experts say it is then fine to resume regular activities, but they recommend taking additional precautions for the next 5 days, like improving ventilation, masking, and limiting close contact with others.
Well, it's never good to have COVID or any other virus, but especially now because a major shortage of doctors is having a ripple effect all across the nation as more Americans have spent record amounts on health care. Full Measure Cheryl Atkinson reports.
Like millions of Americans, Danielle Hatfield and her daughter Lydia have chronic health conditions that require constant medical attention. So they were hit hard about a year ago when they learned that their primary care doctor had left the practice.
Come on, Augie.
And then there was the time in 2017 that Hatfield thought she'd found the perfect specialist and waited 2 long years for an appointment.
I had waited for this doctor because she was supposed to be phenomenal. 2-year wait, got the appointment. A couple days before, they called me and said, she's no longer with the practice.
Theirs has become a common national experience. The average wait for a new patient appointment in 2004 was widely considered unacceptably long at just over 4 weeks. But by 2022, the wait had grown a full week longer. Dr. Ativ Mehrotra is a professor of healthcare policy at Harvard Medical School.
Where I hear it most is a person moves to a new town, they need to get a new primary care doc, and they start calling around. And so many of the primary care practices say we're close to new patients.
experts say there are countless reasons for the holdup when it comes to seeing a doctor. The COVID pandemic added to a physician shortage. One estimate finds that 1 in 5 healthcare workers have quit since 2020. In 2021, there was a net loss of 77,000 doctors. At the same time, America is suffering from chronic disease epidemics, meaning more people making more trips to the doctor. And the insurance-driven healthcare system requires patients to follow a strict regimen of expensive and time-consuming exams, tests, and follow-ups in order to get treatment.
A person comes to me, and some doctors will do a yearly urinalysis. Oh, the protein level is a little bit higher. I'm going to do a CT scan of looking at what's going on in the kidneys. Maybe there's something a little funny going on in those kidneys. Maybe I need to do a biopsy. That's an example of that cascade where there were a lot of appointments there that used up valuable physician resources, as well as, in the end, didn't really help the patient.
Dr. Marotra suggests compensation to a health system be adjusted based on specialty wait times, forcing the health systems to prioritize tackling that problem. For Full Measure, I'm Cheryl Atkinson.
All right, 6:18 now. We need to check back in with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Lots of cloud cover out there right now, guys, and our temperatures that are mild for the most part as we look out from our Towson camera right now. Overall, dry conditions and temperatures that are in the upper 40s, even 50 degrees currently in Towson. Little easterly wind, about 3 to 5 miles an hour. That's where that wind is going to be coming from for today, more of an onshore flow. This is what we're looking at from our HD radar. Not much happening up and down the East Coast, at least here in the mid-Atlantic, but just to the south of us, you can see this area of low pressure. That's a coastal low that's going to be riding right up the coastline and moving into our area by later tonight. So let's take a look at our hourly future scan. Overall, throughout the day, we're dry. Notice about 2, 3 o'clock, more cloud cover kind of rolls in. That easterly onshore flow will be with us. And not until about 9 or 10 o'clock this evening is when we'll see some of those rain showers that will start to move in. So it's going to be in the overnight hours through early tomorrow morning. So we'll be a little wet on your Tuesday morning commute. And then that rain stays with us through the middle part of the morning into the early afternoon Tuesday. Even when the rain is done tomorrow afternoon, still going to be kind of overcast and misty on your Tuesday. Temperatures, however, today are climbing nicely. We're talking about 50s here through most of the rest of the morning and into the mid 60s into that later part of the afternoon. Topping out right at 66 there on your quick glance forecast. That sun coming up in just a little bit. Might be hard to see the sun for part of the day today, but it'll be there. Don't you worry, with those temperatures well above average, and sun's up until 6:03 tonight. So here's a look at your high temperatures. Carroll and Baltimore counties, a lot of you in the low to mid 60s. Notice where the average high is. So early March, we're typically in the lower 50s. We're going to remain well above average here, not only here at home, but up and down the East Coast. 60s in Philly, mid 60s down to D.C. today, even in Western Maryland at 65. And look at those 70s just to the west of the mountains there over Cleveland and Columbus and Charleston, West Virginia. Now, our temps come down a little bit, but Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday still in the above average category by some 10 degrees. So we're taking those lower 60s all the way through the middle of the week. We just have to deal with some more rain. This is kind of that larger picture in the future scan. Here comes the low tonight that's going to be bringing in the rain overnight through early tomorrow morning. Then the low shifts out of here tomorrow afternoon. A second area of low pressure is coming in on Wednesday, and that's going to be more of that rain for the morning time in through the afternoon, and that's going to be the heavier rain that'll be with us. So really the next weather maker is going to be on Wednesday afternoon, and then leftover through Thursday, at least Thursday morning, possibly some leftover showers Thursday afternoon. Either way, we have some unsettled weather to get through this week. It's mainly just those spring-like rain showers. We get a bit of a break Thursday afternoon into Friday, and then another round of rain for the weekend, and this is our time change weekend. So don't forget to spring forward when you go to bed Saturday night.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the roadways now on the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. 2 incidents to report this morning. The first one, you see that marker there, 695's inner loop. The shoulder is closed. There are 2 vehicles involved. The second one is 695 on the outer loop. This one is in Anne Arundel County. Also, 2 vehicles are involved, and the shoulder is closed in that area. Taking a live look now from our Lynn Stoller mobile track. He is out in Aberdeen, 95 northbound, that area, and moving along just fine. Let's get a check of mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA is here. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. On the BART train system, we've got Penn train 511 with a 5 to 10 minute delay, and Camden train 845 running 5 minutes late. A lot of time in those instances. Light rail right on schedule from end to end, and Metro subway experiencing a delay. It's presently running about 8 to 10 minutes late due to single tracking. Allow time for travel there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Weekly recycling is returning in Baltimore. Why the mayor says it's finally possible to bring back the services after years of problems.
Plus, Greek organizations at the University of Maryland have been suspended. Still ahead, how long that suspension will last. 6:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.625, topping your entertainment news. The centerpiece in one of the most discussed scenes in TV history is for sale.
It is the booth from the last scene in The Sopranos. It's where Tony and his family sat as the screen cut to black in the finale, ending the hit series in mystery. The booth is from Holston's in Bloomfield, New Jersey, and the restaurant is renovating, so the owner is auctioning it off in eBay, starting at $50,000. That auction ends today.
We're getting a glimpse of Superman's new logo. Movie director James Gunn released a picture of the new suit while celebrating the first day of filming. He says the action flick will simply be called Superman.
Well, David Cornsweet stars in the role of Superman along with Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane. Nicholas Hoult also stars as the villain Lex Luthor. Superman is set to be released July 2025.
Now that it is award season, your movie knowledge can help you win some extra money by playing Hollywood Trivia. Grab your phone to scan this QR code for your chance to win a $100 prepaid debit card.
Get the question right and you can win the daily $100 prize. And then those daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win a $5,000 weekly drawing. Again, just scan the QR code you see right there for the Hollywood Trivia question of the day.
A cloudy day with highs in the 60s to kick off your work week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how the rest of the week is shaping up. That's all coming up in his full Weather Authority forecast.
It was a senior day to remember for Baltimore native Angel Reese. And not just because of her play on the court, still had the LSU legend who walked her onto the court for the ceremony. 6:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. Coming up at 6:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how warm it is going to feel today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with a look and letting us know.
Temperatures are going to be in the 60s again, guys, as we take a look outside. Our live picture right now in Towson. Overall, those clouds kind of hanging around at this moment, but our temperatures for the most part are in the 40s and even some lower 50s right now. We're going to see those numbers get up to the 60s once again today. So if you're out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, temperatures in the lower 50s, kind of mild conditions, maybe a light jacket. We'll top out at 66 today, lower 60s on Tuesday and Wednesday. But notice the rain. 3 separate weather makers are rolling in this week, bringing more rain to the region. We'll talk about what the impact it'll have on you and also how the temperatures are shaping up coming up in a few.
6:30 now and happening today. Mayor Brandon Scott is set to highlight the return of weekly recycling this week.
Now, this comes as the reduced pickups have been a frustration for both city council members and residents since the start of the pandemic.
Olivia Dan's joining us live with the changes that we can expect now from the Department of Public Works. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, weekly recycling is finally returning to Baltimore this week. And as you mentioned, Mayor Brandon Scott will talk about that during a press conference at 10 this morning. But we know for the past few years, residents have complained about the city not having weekly recycling. Take a listen.
I had to build a fence to contain it all, to hold it for that long and, not create a bunch of litter around the neighborhood. That frequency is codified in our city charter. And it's not an option for the mayor to be out of compliance.
That resident pointing to the city's own charter, which says recycling must be performed weekly. The service was paused completely in 2020 because of the pandemic before switching to a bi-weekly schedule. The reduced pickups have been a frustration for both residents and city council members.
They've been in violation of the law for the past 2 years, and no other jurisdiction has had this kind of impact and had this stuff go off the line the way Baltimore City has.
Last year, one group of residents tried to take legal action against the city, saying they were paying for trash and recycling services that were not being provided to them. And now, after years of the city promising but then failing to return the service, the city says it's finally able to go back to its pre-pandemic weekly schedule, thanks to new trucks, upgraded technology, and better staffing in the Department of Public Works. And of course, you can find any updates from the mayor's press conference later this morning on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
DPW has faced several issues in the past, not just with recycling. Fox 45 News has repeatedly heard from Baltimore residents who say they are being overcharged on their water bills. One woman saying the bill for her one-bedroom apartment ballooned to more than $15,000. That's enough water to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool. DPW has also dealt with two water quality crises in the past year, including an E. coli contamination and a parasite that causes GI issues. The department also lost control of the Back River wastewater treatment plant for months after toxic substances were found in the water. The state says they were from failures from all levels of leadership at that plant.
Well, continuing coverage this Monday morning, the Safe Streets program will be under the microscope as members of the Baltimore City Council are set to hold an oversight hearing into the hiring practices of the Violence Intervention Program. Taylor Stewart joining us live this morning with what's to come this week and what questions remain unanswered. Taylor.
Tom, what is to come this week is really the question we're looking to see here. Fox 45 News has been investigating Safe Streets for years. We've been asking the names of the employees. Keep in mind here, Safe Streets is not a city-operated agency, but it works with city-operated nonprofits that get millions in taxpayer dollars. These questions, though, they're not without merit. Back in January, we got a federal plea agreement that tied notorious gang members in Baltimore to the Safe Streets program. It goes back to October when the FBI raided the Bel Air Safe Streets location. There they found documents and said that this served as a place for, quote, a de facto clubhouse for Baltimore's Black Guerrilla Family Gang. City Council President Nick Mosby says hopefully we'll start to get some of those answers.
I expect that at the hearing for Monty to come in and literally lay out or have the partners lay out, again, the hiring process, the vetting process, how are they ensuring that, one, the workers are getting what they need, and two, that the workers are doing and performing the work that's required.
Still no answer as to who those workers are, though. Just last week, Fox 45 News again sent questions to the mayor's office. We asked if the Safe Streets employees are credible messengers in the community and people know who they are. Why won't the city release the names to the public? Again, no direct response coming from the mayor's office, but this week at that city council hearing on Thursday, we'll be there and hope to get a lot more of our questions answered. We'll bring them to you here at Fox 45 Morning News. Taylor Stewart, back to you.
A White House meeting happening today, now highlighting division. Israel's government over the war in Gaza, how this could all play out.
An attempted car theft is caught on camera in Anne Arundel County. Just ahead in your morning rush, the victim's frustration and concern with juvenile crime.
We are tracking our next chance for rain moving through our region.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers timing it all out in his full Weather Authority forecast. That's coming up. 6:36 is the time now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
South Lake Tahoe was among the places in the Sierra Nevada that were pummeled with snow during the weekend. Here's what piled up
up on Friday and Saturday. More snow fell after, but not as intense. Here's what fell in 4 hours in part of Utah. Also in Utah, excessive high winds put these tumbleweeds on the move, and they overran this community in South Jordan.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
In just hours, Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to host a member of Israel's wartime cabinet.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center now with what we are hoping to accomplish today and the other world leader who's not happy about it. Megan.
Yeah, so much going behind all of this, guys. We are taking you live to the White House where this is happening. Today's planned visit from an Israeli political leader now highlighting divisions in Israel's government over the war in Gaza. According to Israeli media, guys, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is fuming over Benny Gantz's decision to visit the White House today. Netanyahu now ordering the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. not to escort his political rival when he arrives. Gantz, we know, heads Israel's centrist party in opposition to Netanyahu's far-right government. And according to his office, he is expected to meet with Harris and other federal officials today to discuss the urgency of reaching a hostage deal and a ceasefire. Today's meeting comes after Israeli officials really publicly endorsed this framework for a proposed hostage release deal. You can see it includes plans for a 6-week ceasefire. The deal would also require Hamas to provide a list of all the hostages that they have who are still alive, with another prisoner exchange between Israel and Hamas. But at this point, guys, exact numbers still unclear this morning. Now, there is increased pressure, we know, on both sides to reach an agreement after more than 100 people were killed trying to get food from trucks in Gaza. We brought this to you from the Live Center last week. Hamas claiming Israeli soldiers opened fire on the crowd. Israel saying looters rushed the convoy of trucks, causing that stampede that resulted in the deaths. Vice President Harris now saying the ceasefire on the table right now is the best deal available to get critical relief and food to the starving people of Gaza.
Hamas claims it wants a ceasefire. Well, there is a deal on the table. And as we have said, Hamas needs to agree to that deal. Let's get a ceasefire. Let's reunite the hostages with their families. And let's provide immediate relief to the people of Gaza.
Meantime, a little closer to home in Annapolis this week, lawmakers will debate a bill focused on the war in Gaza, the Not on Our Dime Act. It prohibits certain nonprofit organizations right here in Maryland from helping the Israeli government in occupying the West Bank, parts of Jerusalem, and other territories near the country. Now, if this bill is passed, guys, nonprofits that violate the policy would be subject to damages from the state of Maryland and would be removed from the state's registry of charitable solicitation. A hearing on that proposal is set for Wednesday. We'll keep you posted on the meeting today at the White House. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
Here's a look at your headlines that are still to come this morning. A proposal in Baltimore City to sell vacant properties for $1 ahead. What makes this most recent plan different than previous dollar home plans?
A push to create more affordable housing at the state level. Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, we have what it could cost you, the taxpayer. 6:42 is the time.
.45 is your time right now as we look out from our Towson camera. We have a lot of cloud cover that's out there right now, and that's keeping our temperatures very mild. We hit the mid to upper 60s yesterday, a very nice afternoon. We've got temperatures that are going to be similar for this afternoon. The difference today is a lot more of that cloud cover that's around, and you can see that current temperature of 50 degrees in Towson. A little easterly wind, about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Overall, that's going to be what we'll see today is the easterly wind because it'll be more of an onshore flow. What we're tracking here is this next weather maker, which is to the south, so you can actually see that on the map, that low right there, that area of low pressure just off the Carolina coast. That's going to track to the north over the next couple of hours, and by tonight we will see some more rain that's going to roll in. So overall on your hourly future scan, staying dry today. We'll keep those clouds around through most of the afternoon. Rain not until about 9-10 o'clock this evening, starting to move in from the south and going north, and the rain's going to be here through the overnight hours into early tomorrow morning, so probably a little bit of a wet commute on your Tuesday. That rain stays with us through midday Tuesday before pushing out of here on Tuesday afternoon and evening time. But still kind of an overcast day is what we're looking at. No need for the umbrella for the kids today. BB, as they get out to the bus stop, Just know we'll have mild conditions and temps that'll be back into the mid-60s when you get them from the bus stop for the afternoon. So kind of a mild day ahead. Hank the Bird, he's excited about that. Yeah, exactly. Mid-50s through 9 a.m. We'll keep those 60s going through midday and into the low and mid-60s for the afternoon. Typically this time of year for early March, we're in the lower 50s, nowhere near those numbers. Eastern Shore will be in the lower 60s for Chestertown, down through Easton, close to 60 in Stevensville there at Kent Island, right about 61 in Annapolis, but low to mid-60s. Columbia, Laurel up into Baltimore City for the afternoon. Check out the 70s that are just to the west of us. Cleveland and Columbus, Charleston dealing with a well above average day, but even mid-60s in the district for this afternoon. Now, when you look at the temperature tracker, you can kind of see what's going on. A little bit of a dip tomorrow and Wednesday with some of those showers that are coming back, but our temperature tracker stays above average. There's the average line right there. And even as we head into this upcoming weekend, those temperatures stay in the above average category. Here's a look at that future scan. Keeping the clouds around for today. Here comes that low later in tonight and into tomorrow morning, kind of right on top of us through Tuesday morning. But by Tuesday afternoon, quickly sliding to the north. We've got another area of low pressure. That's system number 2 that's coming through on Wednesday. So Wednesday morning, we'll start to see some showers, but really it's going to be Wednesday afternoon into the evening time. This will probably be another good soaking rain, and we're still above average for our rainfall this year, out of the drought situation for now. Some of that rain will be left over for Thursday morning, but should move on out of here. We'll get a bit of a break Friday, and then a third weather maker coming in for the weekend. Just under 2 weeks from St. Paddy's Day. Remember, it's on a Sunday this year. That spring equinox is 2 weeks from tomorrow, even though we're now in meteorological spring, but astronomical spring is going to come on a Tuesday night. It's really Wednesday will be the first day of that 2 weeks from this Wednesday. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. The time changes this weekend as well. Don't forget about that. Notice that the rain comes back on Saturday and will be left with us a little bit early into Sunday too, and temperatures hang in the mid to upper 50s.
Coming up, the Orioles are gearing up for the season in Florida. And while the weather might not be as nice, you get your 7th inning stretch in. Join us in our 9 o'clock hour for a spring training workout.
And a new psychological horror film where a promising young athlete is invited to train with the team's retiring star player. Stay with us until the end of the morning as we are chatting with the star about this exciting new role.
It's Monday. We need coffee.
Yes, it is a Monday. Definitely join us because we're going to be drinking a lot of coffee this
Police officer cannot interrogate a juvenile unless, he's taken before the juvenile authorities or taken home to his parents. They want to
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
This time, we need to take it seriously.
Juvenile crime reform passes the House, and today we could see a final vote from the Senate. Just ahead this morning, the compromise that needs to happen after that.
I haven't lived here very long, and I've always felt like it was a really safe area, and it just completely made me feel violated.
As lawmakers in Annapolis continue debating what punishment is best for children who steal cars, juveniles continue stealing them. Fox 45 News shares the exclusive video of a brazen attempted theft that was caught on camera in Anne Arundel County.
the advances that we made.
In your session 2024 coverage, passionate debate on the House floor as delegates overwhelmingly passed juvenile crime legislation. Now it's on to the Senate, where a vote is expected today. Assuming the Senate passes its own version of the bill today, lawmakers from both houses will then have to negotiate a final joint version. And as it stands, the House version calls for a commission to gather more data about juvenile crime. It extends probation, involves states' attorneys earlier in the charging process, and expands the Department of Juvenile Services jurisdiction to kids who commit certain crimes between 10 and 12 years old. That excludes kids who steal cars for the first time and have a gun.
Would be the opportunity for the child to go through a diversion program. If they came back with another charge for car theft, then they would be subject to juvenile jurisdiction.
Well, those diversionary programs aren't in place everywhere, which is raising concern about the reality of putting this into effect.
Does the bill address any funding for diversion programs?
So we don't usually deal with funding, but that is an issue that certainly is part of the budgetary process.
7:23 now, a surprise schedule change for the U.S. Supreme Court, which could hand down a major decision this morning in the case over whether former President Donald Trump can be kicked off 2024 primary ballots over alleged efforts to overthrow the 2020 election.
I want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center now with how this could play out. Megan.
Yeah, we're taking you live to Denver here, guys, where the challenge by the Colorado Supreme Court argues the former president is disqualified from being president again and is ineligible for the state's primary, which, by the way, is happening there tomorrow. Today's resolution could bring clarity on whether votes for Trump, the leading Republican candidate for president, will ultimately count. Both sides had requested fast work by the court, which heard arguments less than a month ago on February 8th. The Colorado court was the first to invoke that provision. Since then, Trump has been barred from the ballot, the primary ballot in Illinois and Maine. However, both, along with Colorado's, are on hold pending the outcome of today's Supreme Court decision. The justices, they were not scheduled to issue decisions, guys, until March 15th. But just yesterday, that surprise scheduling update changing everything. Taking you live now to the Supreme Court here in D.C., where we are now expecting to hear opinions at 10 o'clock this morning, less than 3 hours from right now. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as news breaks from the Supreme Court there today. That's the latest. We'll send it back to you.
We got a lot of cloud cover out there, but we have mild conditions here this morning, and our temperatures are going to be above average again. So we hit the mid to upper 60s yesterday. We're going to be seeing those similar numbers here for today, although the difference today is the clouds that will be with us. So we're tracking the rain as we head into later tonight, but the day today is going to be dry as we look out over the areas here in downtown Baltimore, and with the stadiums looking good there too. 50 degrees your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. And overall, looking at our HD radar, pretty quiet conditions for most of us along the DMV and up into the northeast. This area of low pressure to the south, this is going to be right over the Carolina coast, and you can see right now bringing some showers to that part of the country. This is going to be tracking to the north, so we're getting the rain that's coming in from the south and will be overspreading the region by late tonight. Overall, on your hourly future scan, as I mentioned, we're dry today, keeping that cloud cover around. Late tonight, we're talking 9, 10 o'clock this evening is when that rain's going to roll in, and it stays with us overnight through early tomorrow morning. So roads are going to be wet when you're out for your commute on Tuesday, and then some leftover showers through midday Tuesday before all of that rain pushes out of here on Tuesday night. In terms of rainfall totals, this is what we're looking at through Tuesday afternoon, about 3/4 of an inch of rain, and then that second weather maker is going to bring even more rain in by Wednesday and into Thursday. Look at these numbers jumping up into that 1 to possibly 2 inch category. So we've got a lot of rain on the way for the next few days and as we head into this upcoming weekend as well. But for the kids getting out to the bus stop today, beep, beep, no need for the umbrella. Check these numbers out. When you pick them up later today, we're talking low to mid 60s. at the afternoon, the mild conditions for your afternoon as well. Let's check the temperatures in your neighborhood. You can see around Carroll and Baltimore counties, low to mid 60s for your highs. We're typically in the lower 50s. We're going to keep this above average train rolling for the next few days, all the way for you in Howard and Arundel counties as well. Those low to mid 60s will continue. Great day to fly today, pilots. Looking at VFR conditions, even with the cloud cover out there. Get your flight in today, because probably going to have to deal with some IMC tomorrow with that rain that's rolling in tonight. Here's a look at that future scan. So here comes that area of low pressure. Again, bringing the showers overnight through early tomorrow morning, keeping the clouds around tomorrow afternoon and kind of the misty conditions. And then that second weather maker bringing even more rain, especially Wednesday afternoon into Wednesday night. That's going to bring more of that heavier rain that's rolling our way. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. This is our time change weekend. Don't forget to spring forward Saturday night when you go to bed. Numbers stay above average. We'll dry it out a little bit on Thursday afternoon into Friday before more rain rolls in for the weekend.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
7:27 now. Temperatures are warming up this week. You can feel spring in the air. It's a time when people start itching to spend more time outdoors. And when it comes to your health, being outdoors is a good thing. For today's Monday Morning House Call, Dr. Andrew Bashimi, family medicine physician with GBMC Health Partners Primary Care Hunt Manor, joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm great, because I feel the warmth coming our way. I see spring in our sights. And not only does it just feel good to be outside in all that warmth, talk about why it is actually good for you.
So being outside has multiple benefits. I think the most important one is it will improve your mental health. Mm-hmm. It creates a connection in a community to people around you without even having to talk to people. It gives you an opportunity for physical activity, and that improves your sleep, which can also lessen your pain.
Oh, okay, so yes, but if you're getting more sleep, the other things that are ailing you have a chance to recover and get better, and is that kind of the thought process there?
Well said, well said.
So your mental health, the sunlight, the light outside, does that just also make a difference?
Yeah, so yesterday my family and I went to Rock State Park and did an old loop that brings you up on a mountaintop, and you're able to look over all of Harford County.
Man, that sounds beautiful.
Yeah, you know, and it's just a time that you can spend with your family or by yourself and just sort of create calmness in your life.
So when we talk about being outdoors and getting that sunlight and all of that, talk about vitamin D. No matter how much time we spend outside, are we ever getting enough vitamin D in Maryland?
Good question. Based on where we are geographically, you'd have to spend at least 20 minutes and have your shirt off between, I would say, April and September in order to get enough vitamin D. And you would get approximately 10,000 units with that alone. So the other months of the year, we're really not getting enough vitamin D, and I think it's crucial to overall health.
And so the supplements, I know we take supplements because we're just not getting what we should.
Every patient that I see, I test them for vitamin D and make sure it's up high.
All right, Dr. Bashimi, thank you so much. Good tips. Just the bottom line here, get outside when you can.
Get outside and enjoy your life.
All right, you take care. You do the same.
In fact, get out there right now, because we start this morning. We're in the 40s. Look at that sunlight right there, all that vitamin D just waiting for you. Temperatures will climb to the 60s by this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking, though, the next chance for rain in his full Weather Authority forecast.
We've been asking questions for quite some time. There hasn't been a lot of answers.
The Safe Streets program is under the microscope. What lawmakers plan to do this week, plus the questions that remain unanswered. 7:31 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning, 7:33. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, talking about the great weather today, but the rain headed our way.
Yeah, exactly right. And even though our temperatures are going to be above average, we have to deal with a lot more of that cloud cover around. I know it's fun when it's nice and bright and sunny. Yeah, that's what we're going with. Blue skies. The Mondays have got me now. So we got the cloud cover that's out there today. Our temps area-wide, look at these statewide temperatures, 40s and 50s. So a lot of green and blue on the map, those milder conditions. As you head out the door, you can go ahead and have the sunglasses. Still kind of bright, even with the clouds obscuring that sun, and a light jacket, but no need for the umbrella today. Going to be a different story as we get into your Tuesday and Wednesday. As you can see, our next 3 days, 66 today, still lower 60s into Tuesday and Wednesday, even despite the rain that's headed our way. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, continuing tracking a vehicle fire. You can see the map right here, the red conditions here. 95 southbound in Elk Ridge, no camera showing the area or the fire. It's creating a backup, heavy traffic in that region. We also have one other one that we want to take you to. Here's a live look. They just moved, you can see where the fire truck is. They moved the multiple vehicles that were in this collision at this intersection right at 50 and Maryland 8. And that is on the other side of the Bay Bridge if you're heading over towards Annapolis from the eastern shore. That's what you're looking at right here, right in Kent Island. And so that's some good news. You are getting by there. It looks like they're hopefully treating those people that are involved, and we'll be getting that intersection open, and the traffic delays will relieved here shortly. Continuing coverage this morning, Safe Streets program will be under the microscope as members of the Baltimore City Council, they're set to hold an oversight hearing into the hiring practices of the Violence Intervention Program. Taylor Stewart joining us live this morning with what's come next this week, and then what questions still remain unanswered. Taylor.
That's right, Tom. So this week we're looking ahead to a city council hearing on Safe Streets. We've been investigating this program for years now, asking what are the names of the employees. Keep in mind, they're not contracted through the city, but they work with nonprofits that receive millions in taxpayer dollars. And these questions aren't without merit. Just this past January, we received information from a federal plea agreement that links some of the most notorious gang members to the Safe Streets program. It all goes back to that raid in October at the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site. Federal prosecutors writing it down that it looks like a de facto clubhouse for the BGF gang in Baltimore. The site remains closed, but we still have questions, as City Council President Nick Mosby says we'll hopefully get some answers this week.
I expect that at the hearing for Monty to come in and literally lay out or have their partners lay out, again, the hiring process, the vetting process, how are they ensuring that, one, the workers are getting what they need, and two, that the workers are doing and performing the work that's required.
As far as who those workers are, we still don't have an answer. Just last week, we again sent questions to the mayor's office. We asked if the Safe Streets employees are credible messengers in the community and people know who they are. Why won't the city release their names to the public? Again, no response from the mayor's office in response to that question, but we're looking to get a lot more of our questions answered this week at that city council hearing. That happens on Thursday at 5 o'clock. We'll be present there and keep you updated. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
The Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site remains closed, and LifeBridge Health, who operates the site, says it could reopen once there is adequate staffing.
Sandtown site is also facing some staffing problems. It has 4 open positions out of 11 total. Of the 8 staffers at the Brooklyn site, 3 are vacant. Belvedere has 2 openings. Park Heights, Franklin Square, and McKeldrey Park each have 3 vacant positions.
Woodbourne McCabe has 2 openings. Penn North looking to hire 3 employees. Monzi says there are no vacancies at the Cherry Hill Safe Streets site.
Fox 45 has been investigating the Safe Streets program for years. For our full coverage on the controversy surrounding this program, you can head to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Lawmakers in Annapolis will be taking a vote on the Senate's juvenile crime bill. The concerns this morning as the juvenile crime crisis continues in Maryland.
Highs will reach the 60s this afternoon. Next chance for rain follows closely behind. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the timing of that next weather maker in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the Harlem Globetrotters.
That's right, Harlem Globetrotters. Now's the time to call in for your chance to see the Harlem Globetrotters for free.
Call right now, 410-469-8308, and the 10th caller will win 4 tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters March 24th at the Chesapeake Employers Insurance Arena at 5 p.m. The total value of this prize, $152. And if you don't win today, make sure you try again tomorrow morning.
Good luck. It's a battle over bike lanes, and right now there is no end in sight. Up next, the assistance you can get if they're impacting your life directly.
And the Board of Estimates addressing the vacant property crisis still ahead in our next hour. The proposal that could make vacant properties become accessible to residents for just $1. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The following segment is sponsored by Gilman and Bedigian.
I just don't understand why it had to get so ugly before somebody was like, oh yeah, what's happening here is a problem. What's happening here is unsafe.
When you look at the average bike lane, a lot of people don't ride the bikes.
The way that things are going now, they're putting them everywhere. The roads are horrible.
We promised 77 miles of bike lanes in 2017, and we've only gotten 17 so far. That's a big problem when you can't even connect the neighborhoods that want bike lanes, and instead you're focusing on picking fights in communities that don't.
Well, the bike lane battle rolls on as neighborhoods complain that they want them or complain they are obsolete and creating traffic hazards, from bicyclists to business owners, as you just saw right there. What recourse do you have if they impact you directly? Joining us now from Gilman and Bedigian Trial Attorneys, founding partner Charles Gilman. Good morning, Charles.
Morning, Tom.
We just heard some of the mayoral candidates that are also sounding off in this, city officials, bikers, and business owners here. It seems like it's more of a headache than what's happening. But when we talk to you about this and possibly future court cases, you're looking at, okay, if I'm injured when I'm riding my bike in a protected bike lane, that seems pretty clear and cut. But what about the business owners or the drivers or a pedestrian that's impacted because somebody was trying to get around these bike lanes?
Well, look, the biker, you're absolutely right. If a biker is injured by a car while in a bike lane, that's a pretty open shut case. The driver was most likely negligent, and that's what caused that injury. The business owners who have damage done to their business by cars driving through it, which has happened a few times in Baltimore City, that's a different story. That to me is a design defect. And it's also going to call for some remedial measures, maybe ballards outside, because the problem that you're going to start running into is if cars are going through business storefronts, is you're going to have injured people. The hair salon, somebody sitting in a hair salon, a car drives through it, they're going to get hurt. Possibly the employee, possibly the customer, the client. There's going to be injuries. So there are going to be lawsuits arising out of that. And the question becomes, is it a negligent design? Was the car negligent, or did both factors play into it? Or were there even more factors that played into those people's injuries? And that's going to have to be done on a case-by-case analysis, which is why if you're a victim, you're going to want to call a lawyer. The vehicles that get impacted by this, that's going to be a different story. I mean, I've read all about traffic calming measures and the speed bumps and the trees and all this. Again, I think it's going to boil down to whether or not they're designed properly and use a reasonable standard of care to design them.
Yeah, and we were showing the video while you were talking. It seems like all the different bike lanes have different patterns and different designs, so that could be even confusion for drivers and pedestrians and bikers alike, because they were all different. There was no two that were alike. Charles Gilman with Gilman and Bedigian, always great to have you. Thank you so much for giving us a couple minutes of your time.
Thank you, Tom. Have a great day.
You too. Thanks.
It is 7:48 now, and we want to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, if you want to stay dry while you're out there biking, today may be the day to do it, because coming up, right, Justin, we've got some rain headed our way.
Yeah, 3 different weather makers going to be rolling in, guys. So we would definitely have rain delays if the O's were playing at Camden Yards tomorrow. But we're 24 days out from opening day, Thursday, March 28th. We know when Traffic Jam Jimmy was with us, we'd always be out there with his orange beard. But something I thought about this weekend, and Uncle Earl let me know about, Star Spangled Banner Day. Yesterday, it was the anniversary of becoming our national anthem, March 3rd, 1931. So the 93rd birthday of that. Remember, TJJ used to always have his red, white, and blue beard. We love that about Jimmy for sure. Our HD radar, not looking too bad right now. That area of low pressure, this is down off the Carolina coast. So it's just kind of spinning around there, bringing some showers to the Outer Banks. That's going to track to the north and bring us the rain as early as tonight. But yeah, today is going to be dry and kind of mild with lots of cloud cover out there. Late tonight into early tomorrow morning, those rain showers are going to roll in. It will be wet for your morning commute, at least with some of the roads being wet tomorrow morning. And then we'll get some more rain by the time we get to about midday on Tuesday before that rain moves out of here. And then another system rolls in on Wednesday. So here's a look at your day planner. Next hour in Fed Hill, looking at temperatures in the lower 50s. I think you can get away with lunch outdoors today. Why not? We're talking about lower 60s into the noon hour, and we'll keep those low to mid 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for your Monday afternoon. Checking the numbers in your neighborhoods. Look at that. I mean, we got low to mid 60s from the eastern shore up and down the Chesapeake. We're about 15 degrees above average for some of us. Typically 51 is where we are in early March, and now we're talking about 60s. And even with the rain coming later this week, we still have numbers that will stay in the upper 50s and lower 60s. So we'll get some morning rain tomorrow, rainy day all day Wednesday, left over into Thursday. A bit of a break Thursday into Friday. That's when we'll dry out temporarily, but we do have more rain on the way for you this weekend. And remember, this is the time change weekend, so we spring forward when you go to bed Saturday night.
Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Continuing to track, there's a vehicle fire that happened 95 southbound, south of Elk Ridge there, and there are no cameras showing the actual incident and what is going on there, but there are some delays both north and southbound because of it. So you want to give yourself a little bit of extra time if you're heading that way. There's also a 97 south right at Cromwell Park Drive southbound. There's a vehicle accident that was involved. They have that over to the shoulder, but it's still causing some delays south of the city too.
All right, now that it's award season, your movie knowledge can help you win some extra money by playing Hollywood Trivia. Grab your phone to scan the QR code on your screen for your chance to win a $100 prepaid debit card.
Now get the question right and you can win the daily prize, again, of $100. The daily prize winners then automatically get to be eligible for a chance to win the $5,000 weekly drawing. Again, scan the QR code to get the Hollywood Trivia question of the day, and good luck.
Well, coming up, Marlon Wayans is on his way to Maryland. Ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to chat with the Hollywood actor about his upcoming film and comedy show that's coming to Maryland.
When I think of home, I think of a place where there is love overflowing. Live at the Hippodrome Theater over 20 years. Celebration, we'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long. Give me a water, please, somebody. Give me a water.
He missed his calling.
He did.
But now I'm ready for the whiz. All right. Something else he doesn't need, apparently, but we do.
Yeah, if you want to catch up with Mark Clark, you may want to grab a coffee break with us real quick.
You might need 3 or 4 to catch up with him.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the Hippodrome Theater.
$7:55, drawing the curtain and lighting the stage. For 20 years, the Hippodrome's renovations have stood strong.
Mark Clark is live in the Hippodrome's auditorium right now with the anniversary and the community programs that they have in place. Good morning, Mark, and right on the stage. Beautiful.
That's right. Beautiful stage here at the Hippodrome, and beautiful Olive is here as we celebrate 20 years. So, Olive, tell us what's going on.
All right, and thank you for that wonderful performance earlier. So, again, the Hippodrome, the Franz Marek Performing Arts Center, a few weeks ago, we celebrated our 20th anniversary for the opening of this amazing facility. 4 million, since 2004, we've welcomed more than 4 million patrons to enjoy the very best in touring national Broadway. Blockbusters like The Phantom of the Opera,
yes,
Lion King,
yes,
Hamilton,
yes,
Phantom, way too many to mention. But we're just so grateful to the community that helped us build this amazing facility, helped us build it, and then for the past 20 years has come down and bought tickets and been a part of our Hippodrome family. So we're just thrilled and celebrating 20 years and looking forward to the next 20 years. And I understand in some upcoming segments, my associate Andrew Springer is going to show you a brand new space that represents the future of the Franz Marek Performing Arts Center.
And that's what we're going to talk about. I mean, not just the Hippodrome, like you said, just this facility has so many different twists and turns. And this morning we'll feature all of them coming up.
Yeah.
We can't wait to see the new space. I mean, we love the Hippodrome because we were just talking, as you were talking about, all the shows we've seen there. But the new space, I can't wait to see that. All right.
Yeah. It's coming up in just a little bit. If you'd like some more information about Mark Clark on the stage at the Hippodrome, head over to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
I wonder if they offered him a job yet.
Yeah, she said, wow, wonderful performance, but she did not offer. She moved on.
Right.
It's starting to feel a lot like spring in Charm City with temperatures in the 60s this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, another performer, tracking our next chance for rain ahead in his full forecast.
And a new affordable housing bill is making its way through Annapolis. In our next half hour, we have what it could mean for the state and how some local leaders are responding. 7:57, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Coming up this morning, we are following two big stories. The first, camera footage of a group of kids trying to break into a car in Anne Arundel County. Then, state lawmakers debating juvenile crime legislation ahead. We have the latest as senators prepare to vote on their reform bill.
Our temperatures are mild this morning. We're tracking separate weather makers, 3 of them to be exact, that are going to bring rain to our region this week.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, March 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Beautiful weekend. Well, beautiful day yesterday. Makes you start thinking about gardening, but it is early March, though, still.
I know, but we're springing ahead as far as the time change this weekend, so we're there. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with a look at the weather that's coming with all this.
I mean, officially almost 70 degrees yesterday. We had 68 at BWI, so a lot of you were enjoying that weather, and hopefully you can enjoy today's weather, too, even though we have more clouds around. Still, those temperatures are going to be well above average as we look out over Camden Yards and Baltimore City. Not a bad start to your morning. A lot of us in the lower 50s here for Baltimore over to Brooklyn Park, Rosedale at 50, 48 Essex and Middle River, 50 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So a mild Monday morning, temperatures staying above average, but we are tracking more rain on the way. And on your out and about cast, you'll see those numbers steadily climb. We'll be in the upper 50s by 11 a.m. and into the 60s through the afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about when that rain is going to move in and how long this rain is going to stick around.
Thank you, Justin. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network now, we are tracking an incident. This is 97 southbound at exit 15 in Ferndale. This is Dorsey Road here. The crash has been moved to the shoulder, so it's causing some slight delays through that region, but things are starting to open up. Hopefully that's going to improve as traffic moves through.
Well, developing now, a group of kids in Anne Arundel County are caught on camera trying to break into a car.
Olivia Dance continuing our live team coverage with more on the victims' concerns over the juvenile crime crisis. Olivia.
Well, so far in this recent case, Megan and Patrice, no arrests have been made. But on Friday evening, right here in the Riverside neighborhood, a group of juveniles were seen running away from a Kia SUV. According to Baltimore police, the Kia was stolen out of Anne Arundel County. Just hours before those teens were seen here in Riverside, this attempted car theft caught on camera in Anne Arundel County. The suspects fled off in a gray Kia SUV, realizing that they were on camera. Kiana Nichols, the car owner, could only watch in disbelief.
They knew they were being recorded and they didn't even care. I haven't lived here very long and I've always felt like it was a really safe area, and it just completely made me feel violated.
Later Friday evening near Boston Street in Baltimore, reports of a Kia SUV used in an attempted robbery. And then a few minutes later came the reports of a group of juveniles running from a Kia SUV here in Riverside. The description of the suspects similar to the ones captured on camera. As lawmakers continue to debate what punishment is best for juveniles who steal cars, juveniles continue to steal them. And it hasn't been confirmed if the juveniles captured on camera are the same that ditched the stolen Kia from Anne Arundel County here in Riverside. But again, so far, there have been no arrests made. For now, reporting live in Riverside, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
In a city in crisis, the Baltimore Police Department is investigating a shooting in South Baltimore.
Officers say a 48-year-old woman was shot just before 5 yesterday morning. It happened on Bethune Road, right near Cherry Hill Park. Police say the victim's injuries are not life-threatening. Anyone with information should contact Baltimore Police.
There is no amendment to this bill that would satisfy that for me.
This time, we need to take it seriously. We need to make sure and hold accountable our law enforcement officers and make sure that they do what they are supposed to do righteously.
Since the implementation of the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, less than 2 years later, we are willing to roll back all of the advances that we made
Session 2024 coverage. Maryland senators are preparing this morning to debate their juvenile crime legislation. This comes after passionate debate on the House floor as delegates overwhelmingly passed their own juvenile crime legislation. Taylor Stewart is joining us live with more as the Senate is expected to take a vote today on its version. Taylor.
That's right. The Senate has its own version of a juvenile crime package, as both chambers really have different views on how to best tackle this issue. It comes down to one key sticking point here. But today, we should see some debate on the newly approved House package. Let's get into what exactly it entails. It expands the jurisdiction of the Department of Juvenile Services. It calls for a commission to create more data, rather to look into more data regarding juvenile crime. It also extends probation. Now, House Bill 814, unlike the Senate judicial crime proposal, it looks to open the door for kids as young as 10 or 12 years old to work with DJS for diversionary programs for a first-time offense. Take a listen to some of the back and forth that caused.
All of our kids are going to be impacted by this, but especially Black and Latino kids.
I think it could be a sticking point. The governor over and over again and other legislative leaders have said the word accountability, accountability, accountability.
The question is 10 or 12 too young for that accountability? Notably, in the Senate proposal, that is not included. There are other concerns we're also monitoring today, but as we continue to see debate pick up in Annapolis, we'll have to keep our eyes out for that. Megan?
Taylor, are there any other concerns in the House package?
Well, last week, lawmakers really grappled with how they're going to pay for it as they look to DJS to provide more services. Take a listen to some of the questions regarding the diversionary programs they're trying to set up.
Does the bill address any funding for diversion programs?
So we don't usually deal with funding, but that is an issue that certainly is part of the budgetary process.
It's one of several issues that lawmakers look to hammer out this coming week as we see movement on juvenile crime. Is it heading in the right direction is an answer we're hoping to get throughout this session. Sending you back to you for now. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
A surprise schedule change for the U.S. Supreme Court, which could hand down a major decision this morning in the case over whether former President Donald Trump can be kicked off 2024 primary ballots over alleged efforts to overthrow the 2020 election.
We've been waiting to hear how this was going to pan out. Tom Rogers in our live center with what could happen today, Tom.
Yeah, that's the big question, Megan Patrice. We are taking you live right now to the Supreme Court, where the challenge by the Colorado Supreme Court argues the former president is disqualified from being president again and is ineligible for the state's primary, which is in that state tomorrow. Today's resolution could bring clarity on whether votes for Trump, the leading Republican candidate for president, will ultimately count. Both sides have requested fast work by the court, which heard arguments less than a month ago, February 8th. The Colorado court was first to invoke the provision. You remember that, but his name is on the state ballot after the decision was overridden while it goes through the upper levels. Now, since then, Trump has also been barred from primary ballots in Illinois and Maine. Illinois' judge is a circuit court judge new to the position in Cook County who made the statewide ruling, so the battle over authority is unfolding in that state. However, both, along with Colorado's, are on hold pending any outcome of today's Supreme Court decision. The justices were not scheduled to issue decisions until March 15th, but just yesterday, surprise scheduling update where everything changed. Now we are expecting to hear opinions in just a few hours from now. We're talking less than 2 hours at 10 o'clock. We'll, of course, keep you posted right here from the live center as this news breaks today from the U.S. Supreme Court. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. Coming up, weekly recycling returning to Baltimore City. Ahead, we have the changes we should expect from the Department of Public Works.
And soon you might be able to buy a vacant property for just $1. Ahead, we have more on this city council proposal and how it could affect Baltimore.
Temps are very mild this morning. We're going to have another above average day, even though we've got some cloud cover to deal with. We'll talk about the rain that's on the way as well. 8:12 is your time right now on your Monday morning. We have the clouds that are out there this morning, but temperatures that are not too bad. You can see our Towson traffic camera, the Towson traffic circle right there from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Statewide, most of us in the green. We're in the low to mid 50s and even some upper 40s out there as well, up and down the Chesapeake all the way out toward western Maryland. So, yeah, not really the sunny day, but probably still a little bit bright. So maybe the sunglasses kind of off and on throughout the day and a light jacket. No need for the umbrella today. Rain's going to be rolling in tonight and into tomorrow. So if you do want to get out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, even just a walk around the neighborhood, temps will stay in the 50s, overall mild conditions. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. Coming up, Governor Moore's affordable housing legislation. Ahead, we have what his administration is proposing and how it could affect the state and what some local leaders are saying about it.
And coming up, a proposal that could bring the cost for a vacant property down to $1 just after the break. We are looking at why Baltimore is considering this and what it could mean for the community. 8:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The Board of Estimates is expected to hear a proposal this week from the Department of Housing and Community Development that would make city-owned vacant properties available to residents for $1 and to developers for $3,000. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live to weigh in on this latest proposal. David, good morning. Let's talk pros and cons. What do you think?
Good morning, Megan. And listen, I think this is a really interesting idea, right? Because we want to encourage home ownership and we're trying to get these vacant properties off the list. And there's about 1,000 vacant properties that the city owns. And what this is saying is that if this property is less than $100,000, you can pay $1 for it. There are a few stipulations here and there, but pretty much this, I think it's a pretty decent idea as long as there's not more layered on top of this. We heard Nick Mosby talk about this last year and saying, well, we're going to give you $50,000 to refurnish and to do a bunch of things to rehab these buildings, which could be problematic for taxpayers. But interesting idea. And this actually happened in the 70s. Baltimore did this in the 70s. So not a new idea, but a good one still.
Did it work when they did it in the 70s?
It did. And again, I'm concerned that when you look at what's happening in the city right now, it's not just about home ownership, because let's say you buy this home for $1, you still have the property taxes that you have to pay on it. So again, this is getting rid of the red tape, getting rid of the bureaucracy, and getting people in homes. But there is a financial liability when you buy a house, and everyone who's bought a house knows that. It's just not that the sale price. There's a lot that goes into it.
David, anything else missing here that you think might help encourage home ownership and to get people involved?
Property tax reform. Right now, Baltimore has the highest property tax in Maryland, the surrounding area. And if you want to bring people back into the city, it's not just about the vacant homes, it's about building new homes and making sure that people can afford it. And if you lower the property tax, that gives businesses, that gives individuals incentives to buy property. So, and again, obviously education, public safety, all these things kind of tie into it. But again, this is a really interesting idea, and I hope they move forward with this and limit taxpayer exposure. Don't give massive handouts to developers or anyone that may default on the loans eventually.
Makes sense. All right, we'll see what happens this week. David, thank you.
Thank you.
It is 8:18 and it's time to get another check of the forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here talking about some rain moving in later today.
Yeah, well, more tonight, and then later this week we're going to have 3 different systems we have to track. So that's what we're looking at. Two weather makers in the next couple of days, and then another weather maker coming by the time we head toward the weekend. This is a look right now from our live cam over downtown Baltimore. We have some pockets of the sun trying to come through some of that cloud cover. Overall, this is how the day is going to be most of your Monday, keeping those kind of cloudy skies out there with temperatures that are in the lower 50s right now. No real wind to speak of. If there's any wind, it'll be more of an easterly wind. That's kind of that onshore flow. That's from that area of low pressure that's to the south of us right now. So we're dry up and down the 95 corridor, at least here in the DMV and up toward the northeast. But this area of low pressure is a coastal low that's sitting off the coast of the Carolinas, bringing some showers to the Outer Banks right now. That's going to track to the north here over the next couple of hours and bring us more cloud cover as we head later into the afternoon. Now, the evening time, and we're talking nighttime, really 9-10 p.m. That's going to be when any of these showers start to move in. Eastern Shore, Annapolis areas to the south and then to the north as that rain rolls through. Excuse me, into early tomorrow morning. And then even some leftover rain as we take you through about 11 o'clock on your Tuesday before that rain moves out of here tomorrow afternoon. But it's going to be kind of soggy and wet. We're talking about another 3/4 of an inch of rain just from tonight's and tomorrow morning's rain. And then that second system is going to bring even more rain by the time we get into Wednesday and Thursday. Look at that. You can see these are the rainfall totals with those two systems, bringing at least 1.5 to possibly another 2 inches of rain on this already kind of soggy soil that we've had from the Saturday rain. So it is drying out nicely. A great day yesterday to play golf. Today, not bad either. We're talking about lower 50s next hour if you're going to be outdoors, and those 60s through most of the afternoon into the evening time. Overall, Carroll and Baltimore counties, low to mid 60s for your high temperatures for today. We'll see those numbers in Hartford and Cecil counties also in the low to mid 60s for your highs, well above average for this time of year. And checking this temperature trend, those numbers stay a little cooler tomorrow, but still well above average. 51 is typically where we are this time of year. We're going to be in the upper 50s and lower 60s the rest of this week. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. Even though we have the unsettled weather with the rain rolling in, we're looking at the milder air. Thursday afternoon, we start to get a bit of a break. Friday looks okay. And then Saturday and Sunday, another round of rain for that weekend system. And this is our time change weekend. So we have to think about that when you go to bed Saturday night.
All right, Justin, thank you. Coming up, weekly recycling to return to Baltimore City. Ahead, we have more on Mayor Scott's announcement and the changes you can expect from DPW.
And coming up, we're going to tell you all about the M&T Bank Exchange. Look how lovely it is. It's old and new, brought together. We'll tell you everything about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the Hippodrome Theater.
Spring is coming quick, and that means it's wedding season.
Mark Clark is live at the M&T Bank Exchange with the historic venue that's recently been renovated, and it looks like a beautiful space. What all is it meant for, Mark?
It's meant for everything. Great question, Patrice. Andrew, last time we were here, you guys hadn't really officially opened. Now it's on and popping. A lot of great events. Patrice said, what exactly is it meant for?
It's meant for
I
Baltimore.
give it to you.
Well, thanks for coming back, first of all. But my first answer is it's meant for Baltimore.
Exactly.
We really wanted to make sure that we were providing the community a new, flexible event, state-of-the-art space. So what we did was had a feasibility study back in 2016. Back then, this place was a dream. And over the years and hard work, we got to the level of recreating this magical space, built in 1887, excuse me. We try to keep as much of the history as possible. So you can see the original tin ceiling. It's beautiful, original stained glass. This plaster work is all original. It was heavily damaged over the years, and we were able to restore that. And even our railings are based off the original teller station. So the history of the space was super important. And then she's always been beautiful. We just were getting her up to speed.
And then you dump new technology. This is probably the most high-tech space like this, probably in the country. So tell us about that.
Well, it was super important to do that because the whole plan for this space is to make it affordable for the community. So we have put all of the sound, the lights. You can see we got brand new curtains here. They're beautiful. And another thing is that it comes with the tables and chairs. You can see the chairs on the stage there. It's really important that we can make this space available, affordable for the Baltimore community.
I love the fact that you know, the versatility in not just this space, but this whole facility. So you got the Hippodrome on one side, the traditional, then also you guys just had a active performance here also. So it's almost the new technology mixed with the old.
Yes.
You can kind of do everything in this space.
Exactly right.
Awesome. So again, celebrating 20 years and growing, the old mixed with the new guys. This is a perfect place to have anything you want to do.
We're envisioning all kinds of stuff.
We've got the thoughts flowing about that space. It's beautiful.
It is. Thank you, Mark. We're going to put information on our website for all of you at home, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, coming up, it may be nice today, but there's some rain on the way ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at the first week of March.
And Governor Moore's Affordable Housing Act is up for debate in Annapolis. After the break, we are looking at his proposal and what some county leaders are saying. It's 8:26. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Monday, March 4th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. And it feels like it is springtime. And we still have NCAA basketball tournaments coming up. I mean, there's a whole lot going on, yet it feels like we're skipping that and right into summer.
We started planting our garden yesterday and then realized put the brakes a little bit. You know, early March, you got to wait a little bit in Maryland.
A little bit, because you never know. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's telling us exactly when we could experience it. We got rain coming in the next few days, but it's still going to feel like spring.
Yeah, more rain too, guys, and we're still well above average, not only for the month, but for the year so far, and that drought has now ceased, which is good. However, we're going to get more rain on top of all that, so that soil is going to continue to get saturated. Looking outside right now, lots of cloud cover that is out there at this time from our downtown Baltimore cam. Lower 50s in Baltimore over to Rosedale, Cockeysville at 51, Bel Air, you're in the lower 50s too, all the way down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, 47 in Columbia, but some of us about 5 to 7 to even close to 10 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So already a milder morning. Speaking of yard work and gardening, if you do want to get out there, maybe do some pre-gardening, you know, get the ground all cleaned up and maybe put some new mulch in. Temperatures in those mid to upper 60s as we take you to the afternoon. Should top out right about 66, and then notice those temps on Tuesday and Wednesday back to the lower 60s, but that's still above average, even though we've got that rain that comes in late tonight and tomorrow as well. More on your forecast and how that rain is going to impact you coming up in a few. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and you can see reports of an incident happening in Ruxton. The red on the inner loop. This is you can see JFX right there, right at the bottom of that. It's in the green, but it's the red on the inner loop, and it looks like some parts are going to yellow on the outer loop, right near 795 to 83. That's your section where it's a slowdown.
DPW is the poster child for an agency that needs to be completely revamped. They are the highest funded city agency, and they are failing to perform their most basic functions.
Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott is set to highlight the return of weekly recycling in Baltimore City.
This comes as the reduced pickups have been a frustration for both city council members and residents since the start of the pandemic.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the changes that we can expect from the Department of Public Works. Olivia?
Yeah, Megan and Tom, weekly recycling will finally return to Baltimore this week. And as you mentioned, Mayor Brandon Scott will talk about that during a press conference at 10 this morning. But we know for the past few years, residents have complained about the city not having weekly recycling. Take a listen to some of those concerns.
I had to build a fence to contain it all, to hold it for that long and, not create a bunch of litter around the neighborhood. That frequency is codified in our city charter. And it's not an option for the mayor to be out of compliance.
That resident pointing to the city's own charter, which says recycling must be performed weekly. The service was paused completely in 2020 because of the pandemic before switching to a bi-weekly schedule. The reduced pickups have been a frustration for both residents and city council members.
They've been in violation of the law for the past 2 years, and no other jurisdiction has had this kind of impact and had this stuff go off the line the way Baltimore City has.
Last year, one group of residents tried to take legal action against the city, saying they were paying for trash and recycling services that were not being provided to them. And now, after years of the city promising but then failing to return the service, the city says it's finally able to go back to its pre-pandemic weekly schedule thanks to new trucks, upgraded technology, and better staffing in the Department of Public Works. Of course, you can find any updates from today's press conference on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Well, the Department of Public Works has faced several issues in the past, not just with recycling. Fox 45 News repeatedly heard from Baltimore residents who say they're being overcharged on their water bills. One woman even showing us the bill for her one-bedroom apartment ballooning to more than $15,000. That's enough water to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool. To give you an idea, DPW has also dealt with 2 water quality crises in the past year, including the E. coli contamination and a parasite that causes GI issues. The department also lost control of the Back River wastewater treatment plant for months after toxic substances were found in the water. The state says there were failures from all levels of leadership at the plant.
Continuing coverage now this morning, the Safe Streets program will be under the microscope as members of the Baltimore City Council are set to hold an oversight hearing into the hiring practices of the Violence Intervention Program. We have Taylor Stewart joining us live with what is to come this week and what questions remain unanswered. Taylor.
Look, we've been asking for years the names of the Safe Streets workers, but this week we could possibly get some more answers. There's a city council hearing that will focus on getting more answers behind the organization. Now, at this point, we know those questions are merited. Just this past January, we obtained more information from a federal plea agreement that detailed how a notorious gang that's been in Baltimore for years operated through a Safe Streets site. This all goes back to that federal raid back in October of the Bel Air Edison's location, where federal documents even say, quote, it served as a de facto clubhouse for Baltimore's Black guerrilla family. City Council President Nick Mosby says this week, hopefully we start to get some of those answers.
I expect that at the hearing for Monty to come in and literally lay out or have their partners lay out, again, the hiring process, the vetting process, how are they ensuring that, one, the workers are getting what they need, and two, that the workers are doing and performing the work that's required.
Last week, FOX45 News again sent questions to the mayor's office asking if the Safe Streets employees are credible messengers in the community and people know who they are, why won't the city release the names to the public? Again, no response directly to that question, but maybe we'll see if we can get that information after years of our investigation into this program. We'll keep you updated here. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. The Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site remains closed, and Lifebridge Health, who operates that site, says it could reopen once there's adequate staffing.
The Sandtown site is also facing staffing problems. It has 4 open positions out of 11 total. Of the 8 staffers at the Brooklyn site, 3 are vacant. Belvedere has 2 openings. Park Heights, Franklin Square, and McElderry Park each have 3 vacant positions. Woodbourne McCabe has 2 openings. Penn North looking to hire 3 employees. Monzi says there are no vacancies at the Cherry Hill Safe Street site.
Continuing our coverage this morning, local leaders in Baltimore County are reworking a bill that would rezone certain abandoned and dilapidated areas. Many of them, though, are also looking to Annapolis, where state lawmakers debate Governor Moore's Housing Expansion and Affordability Act. The bill is meant to create more affordable housing by incentivizing construction and streamlining the whole process.
By working together to pass this bill, we will incentivize new housing that's affordable. We will streamline the building process, and we will make it easier for Marylanders to become homeowners.
Moore says that the state is short by almost 100,000 units, and this low supply is leading to skyrocketing housing costs. He believes that by cutting red tape and allowing higher density developments, it could benefit projects near transportation hubs and rails like Lutherville Station. However, some are concerned that more development would put a strain on overcrowded schools and infrastructure. And some local leaders like Baltimore County Councilman David Marks thinks that this decision should be made by the counties it affects.
I am mortified, quite frankly, by what I see from the state of Maryland. We should be doing nothing to take away the local government's ability to regulate those things.
In response to concerns about overcrowding in communities that are not ready for increased development, state leaders have said this legislation only targets areas that can handle more housing. For more on our coverage of Governor Moore's Housing Expansion and Affordability Act, the Baltimore County's own redevelopment plans, you can head to foxbaltimore.com.
Coming up, Maryland's men and women fall to Indiana ahead. We have more on the Terps' loss and a look at the Big Ten tournament.
Temperatures in the 40s this morning with highs in the 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on some rain that's coming earlier this week. And you are watching Fox 45 Morning News. You see some of the radar there. We're all local all morning.
3, 2, 1, ignition, engines full power, and liftoff.
There they go, 4 new astronauts on their way to the International Space Station. This SpaceX rocket launched from the Kennedy Space Center Sunday night, and it's carrying a crew of 3 NASA astronauts, 1 Russian cosmonaut, and they are expected to reach the space station Tuesday. That's tomorrow. This mission is NASA's 8th commercial crew rotation mission to the space station with SpaceX.
Well, since we are looking at the stars, in fact, we want to find out exactly how long we'll be able to see the stars, because last night they were amazing.
Yes.
May go away, though. We may not be able to see them.
And the moon. Did you happen to see the moon this morning coming in?
That.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, those clouds started to come in. The moon had that like yellow glow. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not going to see many stars here for the next couple of days, guys, because we have the cloud cover that's going to be around, even though our temperatures are very mild. Lots of green on this map here, with most of us in the low to mid 50s across the old line state on your Monday morning. We're going to see mostly cloudy skies, mild temperatures today. Temperatures staying well above average, but more rain is on the way. We have a couple of different weather makers rolling through that are going to keep the conditions a little bit unsettled through the rest of this week. We'll top out at 66 today, upper 40s tonight with the rain rolling in, and only about 60 tomorrow. So still cooler tomorrow, but above average. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Coming up, the Orioles triumph over Pittsburgh in spring training. We have the crushing home run, which sunk the Pirates and sent the Birds soaring in Florida.
And there is a new NCAA scoring record ahead. We have Caitlin Clark's triumphant run, which we saw her overtake the men's and women's all-time career points total. It's 8:42 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. In your Sports Unlimited coverage, Maryland's men fell to Indiana yesterday on Senior Day in a tight game, which saw the Hoosiers go on a 15-point run in the second half. Much of the victory was due to Mackenzie Mbako, who scored 18 of his game-high 24 points in the second half of the game.
No luck for the women either, as Maryland's women's team falls to Indiana 71-54 in the third. Jakia Brown Turner managed to cut the Hoosiers' lead to 12, but Indiana's Sarah Scalia just could not miss. She led scores with 19 points as the Terps fell to Indiana. As we said, 71-54. The Terps are the Big Ten tournament 8th seed now and will play Thursday afternoon.
Knew it was going to happen, just a matter of when and where. Regular season finale at home against the second best team in the country. It was the perfect setting for Iowa senior Caitlin Clark to have her name permanently among the best in college basketball. Clark entered Sunday just 18 points shy of NCAA's all-time scoring record, and 18 turned out to be just a drop in the bucket for Clark because she did it before halftime. She got the final points at the free throw line there, ending the game with 35. An all-time NCAA scoring record, men's or women's, mind you, is now 3,685 career points for Iowa's Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, great accomplishment right there. Turning now to the Orioles, who have high hopes for starting pitcher Grayson Rodriguez. It's his first full season, and yesterday's spring training game against the Pirates, Rodriguez just needed to get settled in the first inning. With 2 outs, infield single led Pittsburgh taking a lead at 1-0 against the Birds, though. In Rodriguez's 2 innings on the mound, he let in 3 hits, 2 walks, had 2 strikeouts in the third. O's Colton Cowser crushed it. You see that right there. 373 feet to make it 1-1. Then the 8th game, a tie game when Kyle Stower's single brought it 2-2. All the glory goes to the undrafted T.D. Bowens, whose 3-run homer gave the Birds the game-winning ball right here. You're watching that right there. 5-2 victory now over the Pirates in spring training. Well, of course, we're talking about baseball, and it feels like baseball weather. At least it did. And, of course, we need to find out if the Birds, though, are looking for a shakeup on the mound. Well, a big question that we've been asking around here, because we saw you throw. Are you going to be called up at all? Have you been throwing?
You retired.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't get any better than that.
No. I can go a lot better than that. It was not a good performance, but I'm not gonna try.
You threw so much heat. You threw it a little high. That's all. Just you need to be able to control that power.
Yeah.
You practiced a lot too, and that has some.
Threw out my rotator cuff. Yeah, it was terrible. Hey, 1 game. That's how many games they've lost. 1 out of 10. So they're 9-1.
Was it Tampa Bay? Who did they lose to? Now I forget.
I mean, I know it's fake. It's fake games, but still, I mean, there's a lot of young talent on that team, and as we know, we've been talking about it. Just 24 days until opening day right here at home. Thursday, March 28th comes to the end of the month. It's actually Maundy Thursday this year. That means, of course, Easter is the Sunday after that. So it's Easter weekend when the O's are going to be back here at Camden Yards doing it for real. Here's our HD radar right now. Up and down the East Coast, everything looking pretty good. We do have these showers here, this coastal low off the Carolina coast. That's going to slide to the north over the next couple of hours, and that's what's going to bring us our rain. Keep the clouds around. The onshore flow is in effect. We have that easterly wind, so it's going to be a mostly cloudy day, albeit mild. We have some showers coming in about 9-10 o'clock this evening into the overnight hours, and then more of that rain is through about 11 into the noon hour tomorrow before that rain pushes out of here on Tuesday afternoon. Wednesday, another weather maker and bringing more rain. So the first weather maker, probably at least about 3/4 of an inch of rain right here by the time we get to Tuesday afternoon. And then watch what happens as we go forward here with that second weather maker and even heavier rain coming in on Wednesday into early Thursday. That's going to add the totals between now and Thursday morning, another 1.5 inches, possibly 2 inches. Some of the areas in the eastern shore may get a couple of more inches, maybe even 3 inches once this thing is all done or once these systems continue to roll through here. Staying above average with our rainfall and our temperatures too. Mid-60s is where we're going as we get into the next 12 hours. Those numbers not looking too bad. Look for a high of 66 today, and the sun will be up until 6:03. Notice these sunrise and sunset times just a couple of weeks away from the vernal equinox, which is the equal day of equal daylight, equal sunshine and darkness is what we're seeing. So we're getting closer to that. And here's a look at your temperatures around your neighborhood. We're looking at 63 at Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, mid-60s in Baltimore City, down through Columbia and Laurel at 64, 61 for you in Annapolis and Anne Arundel County today. Here's that 7-day forecast. So the rain comes in tomorrow morning. By the afternoon, moves out of here. A rainy day Wednesday into early Thursday. A bit of a break Thursday into Friday before more rain rolls in. A third weather maker on Saturday. So we've got multiple rounds of rain. Just hold off on that car wash until next week. And don't forget, this is time change weekend, so have to get those clocks set forward.
Thank you, Justin. Happening today, the BAP Union is the Baltimore Harbor today. This is one of a kind. It's a Peruvian tall ship and is at the waterfront promenade. In fact, a lot of our shots we've been showing all morning long, it was lit up with red and white lights, and it's free, open to the public, and free admission.
The Union is a Navy training ship for the Peruvian Navy and is one of the last tall ships still sailing the world. Its figurehead was forced out of bronze by Peruvian sculptor Pilar Martinez Woodman, and it features many symbols of ancient Incan culture. So when you're on the boat, up close and personal, you can see them. It's meant to depict the old Incan emperor, and his name is Tupac Yupanqui. The ships are open today. It is open today from 11:30 to 3, and then tomorrow from 11:30 till 6.
Yeah, our camera down at the Inner Harbor was showing it earlier. So, yeah, we might be able to get that up for you here in a little bit. Box office estimates show Dune Part 2 had a record-breaking opening weekend.
The long-awaited. Now that it's award season, your movie knowledge can help you win some extra money by playing Hollywood Trivia. Grab your phone to scan this QR code for your chance to win a $100 prepaid debit card. The daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win the weekly $5,000 drawing. Again, you scan that QR code that you see there on your screen to get the Hollywood Trivia question of the day.
Well, coming up, the O's won big against the Pirates, so now it's time for you to win big at home. Ahead in your 9 o'clock hour, we have the perfect spring training workout to get you geared up for the upcoming season.
And comedy coming to Maryland as Hollywood star Marlon Wayans is bringing his stand-up talents to Hanover. Ahead, we are chatting with him about his new movie and his comedy special coming out this spring.
Comedy's easy. I've been working on my own comedy, for quite some time now.
What do you got?
What do you call the first level of a coffee bean shop?
Oh, what?
The grounds floor.
Let's take a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, American Airlines is about to become the first U.S. airline with a direct flight route from New York City to Tokyo. Starting June 28th, American Airlines will offer nonstop flights from New York's JFK International Airport to Tokyo's Haneda International Airport. Tickets for the newly added nonstop flight are already on sale.
Once again, Netflix could be making more price hikes to its memberships this year. According to a report by financial services company UBS, it says membership fees could go up by 5%, with scaling ad revenues playing a part in the rising prices. The company has previously made some small monthly fee increases on some tiers in mid-October as advertisement options started coming online, especially with some of its competitors like Prime Video and Hulu. Parents can now set spending limits on their teens' Uber accounts. They can add unlimited funds, limited funds, or no spending allowed categories. Teens will be able to see their own spending limits when they order rides or food, and parents will get a notification when that allowance is almost up. Uber says it will bill accounts for only what they actually spend per month.
Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
So I don't know about you, but I love decorating Easter eggs. The only thing I don't like is the smells of the dye, and then I'm afraid it's gonna spill and it's gonna be everywhere. Well, Hey Buddy, Hey Pal is bringing us their egg decorator. I swear they had moms in mind when they created this. It's so cool. They partnered up with Peeps, which is everyone's favorite Easter marshmallow candy. I know I love that, to create this fun, exciting event that you guys can do at home. Let me tell you how to use it. So this is the egg decorator. You just put this on, add your egg, and look at how cool this is. It does all the work for you. I love this. I think my kids are gonna have a lot of fun with this as well. It comes with 6 markers that are non-toxic, so you don't have to worry about those dyes or it's spilling everywhere. That's what's so great about this. But you know what? Don't just think about this for Easter time. This is a really great activity that you can do really any time of the year. I love that we have something that is so unique that really kind of shows your kids' creativity. But again, that patented unique spinning action is so cool and a really great way to decorate those Easter eggs. You guys can use any eggs that you have at home, so you don't need anything extra with this, which is really great. It's gonna be 29% off today, so I hope that you guys can try it and that you can experience the joy that the Easter season brings. Check this out, 29% off, go to asadeals.com.
It is a big day in D.C. that could have major implications for the 2024 election coming up. The ruling the Supreme Court could make today and how it could impact the presidential ballot.
Even my most fiscally conservative colleagues will spend millions and millions and millions to the tune of $10 million to lock up little black boys.
A fiery debate over changes to the state's juvenile justice laws. Coming up, we'll take a look at the measure just passed by the House that now heads to the Senate. Coming up, why some say it won't make it out without serious compromises.
Temperatures are mild this morning. We will take a look at more rain rolling in not only tonight but later this week. This is Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Monday, March 4th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. It feels nice right now, but later tonight, we're going to have a different weather maker coming in.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about rain, a few days of rain.
Yeah, exactly right, ladies. Good morning to both of you, and good morning, everyone. We will see those rain showers mainly after we're already in bed. This happened about 10, 11 o'clock tonight through the overnight hours. Lots of cloud cover. There's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and that's what we're seeing and feeling right now. Our temperatures, how we're feeling, well, not too bad. Lower 50s in Baltimore City, Woodlawn, Rosedale at 55, 51, Essex and Middle River, Glen Burnie, Pasadena, you're in the lower 50s. So next couple of hours, temps climb to the mid to upper 50s. If you want to get out for a run or a jog or just a walk around the neighborhood, should be good to go. Not going to get wet today. Mostly cloudy, mild, high of 66 this afternoon, and that sun will be up until 6:03 tonight as we get closer to that day of the first day of spring, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got to look at your Len Stoller traffic network here. That incident on the inner loop right at the JFX, it has now been moved to the shoulder. Some good news, hopefully, here in the coming minutes, hours, maybe Our camera showing emergency crews still on the scene. There's a bit of a slowdown through that region. You can see cars just kind of creeping through still at this hour.
9:01 now and developing right now. A live look over Washington, D.C., where we are expecting a major ruling today from the Supreme Court.
The court could decide today whether former President Donald Trump's name can appear on the 2024 presidential ballot. And we know Trump is challenging a decision from Colorado Supreme Court, which said that he is disqualified from being president again. The Supreme Court indicated this weekend that it is expected to issue rulings today. Opinions will post on the Supreme Court's website beginning just after 10 o'clock this morning.
All right, stay with us. Coming up in just about 10 minutes, we're going to go live to D.C. for a closer look at what could come out of today's rulings and the impact it could have.
There is no amendment to this bill that would satisfy that for me.
This time, we need to take it seriously. We need to make sure and hold accountable our law enforcement officers and make sure that they do what they are supposed to do righteously.
Since the implementation of the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, less than 2 years later, we are willing to roll back all of the advances that we made.
In your Session 2024 coverage, Maryland senators are preparing this morning to debate their juvenile crime legislation. It comes after passionate debate on the House floor as delegates overwhelmingly pass their own juvenile crime legislation.
The juvenile crime bill has been one of the most talked about bills this session. This morning, we have live team coverage. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with a car theft that was caught on camera showing another example of the juvenile crime crisis plaguing Maryland. But before we get to Olivia, we begin with Taylor Stewart. She's joining us live with more as the Senate is expected to make a vote today on this version. Taylor.
That's right. The Senate has its own separate version from the House's that passed just last week, but not without some fiery debate. Both sides, though, say nothing in this framework seems to be perfect, but they're hoping it moves forward to the Senate. After a week of heated debate and a tense security scare on the Capitol grounds, state lawmakers in the House pass a juvenile crime package.
House Bill 814, juvenile law reform.
The bipartisan measure passed in an overwhelming 126-6 vote, but not without tense debate. At times,
to my last breath, I will make sure that commission does what it's supposed to do.
Reaching a fever pitch.
Even my most fiscally conservative colleagues will spend millions and millions and millions to the tune of $10 million to lock up little black boys. Yeah, I said it.
But real negotiations, political analyst John Deedy says, begin Monday.
I can see this getting through the Senate in a compromise.
The House package calls for the creation of a commission to gather more data about juvenile crime. It extends probation.
And the two things are really trying to focus on rehabilitation and accountability.
And seeks to involve state attorneys earlier in the charging process.
The governor over and over again and other legislative leaders have said the word accountability, accountability, accountability.
But the question of holding children as young as 10 accountable for certain offenses did not land softly on the House floor.
All of our kids are going to be impacted by this, but especially Black and Latino kids.
Unlike the Senate juvenile crime proposal, House Bill 814 expands the jurisdiction of the Department of Juvenile Services to offer diversionary programs for kids 10 to 12 years old for a first-time offense.
I think it could be a sticking point. A lot of people have talked about diversionary programs, etc. That could be a good way to kind of prevent someone from making a worse mistake the second time.
That is, except for kids involved in car theft or found in possession of a gun. They would face juvenile charges.
This bill is a pretty fair attempt to do both. It's not perfect for me. It's not perfect for a lot of others here.
Now, despite fiscal concerns about the plan.
Does the bill address any funding for diversion programs?
So we don't usually deal with funding, but that is an issue that certainly is part of the budgetary process.
The measure moves into the Senate. a chamber with its own views on tackling rising juvenile crime in the state. Now, assuming the Senate passes its own version of a juvenile crime package, next they'll have to negotiate. Final negotiations will allow them to get to a joint package, but we'll have to see what comes of it this week. We'll keep our eyes on it and keep you updated. Taylor Stewart, Good Day Baltimore.
Meanwhile, a group of kids in Anne Arundel County are caught on camera trying to break into a car. Olivia Nance is continuing our live team coverage with more on the victims' concerns over the juvenile crime crisis. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, so far in this recent case, no arrests have been made. But on Friday evening, right here in the Riverside neighborhood, a group of juveniles were seen running away from a Kia SUV. According to Baltimore police, the Kia was stolen out of Anne Arundel County. Just hours before those teens were seen here in Riverside, this attempted car theft caught on camera in Anne Arundel County. The suspects fled off in a gray Kia SUV, realizing that they were on camera. Kiana Nichols, the car owner, could only watch in disbelief.
Looking at the camera, they look so young, they sound so young, and I just couldn't believe it. If they're bold enough to do this in the daytime, what else are they going to do? What else would they be bold enough to try?
Later Friday evening near Boston Street in Baltimore, reports of a Kia SUV used in an attempted robbery. And then a few minutes later came the reports of a group of juveniles running from a Kia SUV here in Riverside. The description of the suspects similar to the ones captured on camera. As lawmakers continue to debate what punishment is best for juveniles who steal cars, juveniles continue to steal them. And it hasn't been confirmed if the juveniles captured on camera are the same that ditched the stolen Kia from Anne Arundel County here in Riverside. But again, so far, no arrests have been made. For now, reporting live in Riverside, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good Day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. We are following breaking news at the Live Center. The man accused of leaking classified documents from the Pentagon is expected in court today.
Tom Rogers is at the Live Center with the latest. Tom?
Yeah, you see the chalk drawing of him while he was in court. We're talking about Massachusetts Air National Guard member Jack Teixeira. He will appear in federal court for a change of plea hearing. Now, Teixeira was arrested, remember this image right here, in April for allegedly leaking documents related to the war in Ukraine and other national security issues. He originally pleaded not guilty to 6 counts under the Espionage Act, but is expected to change that plea later today and plead guilty. United States, South Korea have begun large-scale military training exercises, and military officials say the annual drills will have twice the number of exercises as last year. That's a big concern here, as this training is expected to last for at least 11 days. The NATO alliance is set to begin military training exercises in Finland, Norway, and Sweden. These latest rounds of drills will include about 20,000 soldiers from 13 nations. These drills come after Finland recently joined NATO. Sweden is also finalizing its entry into the alliance. And of course, we continue following what is going on with SCOTUS in the Supreme Court and that decision on whether Trump can stay on the ballots. That's coming up as well in just a few minutes. That's the latest from our Live Center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. It is time now to get a check of our forecast.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers telling us what this first full week of March is bringing.
Yeah, temperatures that are going to be above average as we look down on that Peruvian tall ship in the inner harbor at this time. A few folks already getting on and checking that thing out. So it should be interesting. Like to see those ships come in. Gets me excited for Fleet Week and how we're going to be doing that soon. So mostly cloudy, mild conditions, temperatures staying above average. We are tracking more rain that's going to roll in later tonight and into tomorrow, at least for the first half of your Tuesday. But on your yard and gardening cast, if you do want to get out there and do some of that pre-gardening today while it's dry, good day to do that. Temperatures will be in the mid-60s for the most part, and we'll top out about 66 for our high. That temperature well above average. The sun will be up until 6:03. Won't see much of the sun today. It's going to be mainly overcast, but again, the rain not impacting us until later tonight. And we'll take a closer look at that system and the next system and then the system after that, all coming up in a few.
All right, taking a look now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network. We are still tracking an incident on the inner loop. It's right at the JFX. Still heavy delays in that area, as you can see from these shots.
DPW is the poster child for an agency that needs to be completely revamped.
Weekly recycling is returning, while the mayor says it's finally possible to bring back the services after years of problems.
And after the break, we take you live to Capitol Hill, where we break down a series of bills that could help avoid a looming government shutdown. 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day. (9:14) and developing now. We now have a better idea of what's in a series of bills to fund the U.S. government.
Congressional leaders unveiling the bills yesterday, with both Republicans and Democrats claiming some pretty big policy wins in this first round. National Desk's Christine Frizzell joining us live from Capitol Hill with what we're learning. Christine, good morning.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, Patrice. Republicans are pointing to some big cuts to the Environmental Protection Agency, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and the FBI as victories. They're cuts to agencies that they often rail against. They're also touting changes made to provide more oversight of foreign ownership of agricultural land, also preventing the sale of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to China. But Democrats, they are happy for a $2 billion increase for Section 8 housing vouchers, more homeless assistance, more money to the Federal Aviation Administration, and they're celebrating a boost in funding to the popular food assistance program, Women, Infants, and Children. Now, the dollar figure for this package, $460 billion, and the first round will need to pass before the end of this week, with a March 22nd deadline for the rest. This second round, by the way, expected to garner some pretty big fights, all, of course, in the shadow of a shutdown threat.
Well, Christine, looking at another issue happening today, the Supreme Court, we're expecting a ruling that could come out this morning. What's happening there?
Yeah, the hint came in a short note on the Supreme Court's website yesterday, which says the court may announce opinions on the homepage beginning at 10 a.m., adding the court will not take the bench. Now, usually we get these decisions from the bench, but the justices are not expected to return to the court until March 15th. So the logical ruling that we're expecting is, of course, on the case looking at whether Colorado can kick Donald Trump off its primary ballot. Remember, the Colorado Supreme Court ruled in December that Trump is ineligible to seek or hold office because the 14th Amendment prohibits people from holding office if they swore to support the Constitution and then engaged in insurrection. Now, I will say I listened to a lot of these oral arguments last month, and none of the justices really seemed convinced that this held and seemed likely to side with Trump. If this indeed is the opinion that comes out today, it comes in the nick of time since Colorado is one of 15 states holding a primary on tomorrow, Super Tuesday.
A lot on the line. Christine Frizzell live from Capitol Hill. Thank you. We'll be watching.
All right, now it's time to get back to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
How's it looking, Justin? Looks a little gray. I know we're mild out there, but still that overcast feel.
Yeah, and that's kind of how it's going to be most of the day today. We had that bright sunshine yesterday, and today we're getting the cloud cover, but our temperatures are not going to be dropping too much. In fact, very similar numbers to where we ended up yesterday afternoon. You can just kind of feel and even smell that moisture out there. 53-year temperature right now in Towson. Those numbers are already above where we typically are for our afternoon highs this time of year, which is 51. So here's a look at your HD radar. Pretty quiet for most of us in the DMV all the way up toward the northeast. This is the next weather maker, and notice it really hasn't moved very much. A very slow moving coastal low bringing a lot of rain to the outer banks of the Carolinas. That low is going to slide to the north eventually and will bring us more of that onshore flow that we continue to see right now. That's the easterly wind. And then the rain showers, they're not going to really impact us until after about 10 o'clock tonight. So should stay dry for the entire day, even into your Monday evening. It's overnight through early tomorrow morning. That's when the rain's going to roll in, and we'll have some rain through about midday on your Tuesday before that rain rolls out of here tomorrow afternoon. We get a bit of a break, and then another weather maker is rolling in. Weather maker number one, bringing us at least about 3/4 of an inch of rain for a lot of us. This is on top of the rain we've already seen not only this month but this year. And then weather maker number two is going to bring even more rain, where you're going to see some of these totals get to the 1.5 to 2 to possibly 3-inch range from now through about Thursday early morning. So golfers, get out there while it's dry now before it gets too squishy out there on the greens and fairways. We're talking 50s and 60s next couple of hours. Overall, a pretty nice day. And across the region here, Carroll and Baltimore counties, a lot of you in the low to mid 60s for your highs this afternoon. Those above average temperatures continue in Harford County and Cecil County as well. A lot of lower 60s. Bel Air, Aberdeen over to northeast. Elkton right about 62 for your high this afternoon. Should be a pretty good day to fly, pilots. Not a lot of wind out there. Looking at visual flight rules, those ceilings about 5,000-6,000 feet. So you're good to go to do VFR stuff today. Just know that tomorrow probably going to have to deal with MVFR and IFR, which is going to be that instrument flight rules. Here's a look at your temperature trend. Numbers, even though they're a little cooler tomorrow, are still going to stay above average all the way through the rest of this week. And even Friday and Saturday, those numbers fall back to the upper 50s, but again, still in the above average category. So weather maker 1 and 2 coming tonight, and then Wednesday into Thursday, a bit of a break Friday, and then the third weather maker is bringing more rain on Saturday, right before we do our time change. So remember, we lose that hour of sleep. We're all cranky next Monday morning, but either way, we get those longer daylight hours.
It'll be worth it. So worth it. Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, that incident that we've been watching on the inner loop right at the JFX, it's been moved to the shoulder. That's improving things, but traffic is starting to clear up, but not great. You can see that stretch of red. That's how long it stretches out there, and cars still inching through. Here's a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track in Arbutus, and kind of stop and go there as well in a construction area right there, and definitely slowing things down.
Now that it is award season, your movie knowledge can help you win some extra money by playing Hollywood Trivia. Grab your phone to scan this QR code for your chance to win a $100 prepaid debit card. Get the question right, and you could win the daily $100 prize. The daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win the weekly $5,000 drawing. Again, just scan the QR code to get the Hollywood Trivia question of the day.
Still ahead, the wait is almost over. The Masked Singer returns to Fox this Wednesday. Coming up, a sneak peek of the season 11 premiere.
And the M&T Bank Exchange offers you a very versatile environment, from corporate events, stage plays, to weddings. We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the Hippodrome Theater.
(9:24) now. Every bride and groom wants the newest and the greatest for their big day.
Mark Clark live at the M&T Bank Exchange with the newest and greatest renovations to enhance your special moments. I don't think you can get any bigger or larger than there, Mark.
That's right, guys, and it's so versatile. Andrew just put these chairs down in like 5 minutes. Wow, just like that. So this is just a prime example of how versatile this room is, right?
Exactly. Yep. So we just put the seating mechanism out. There's lots of leg room, good custom seats here. But I did want to show you a couple more things that I think is really helpful for creating your own event or your own special time here. So we're all big, hopeful fans of the Orioles.
Yes.
So I wanted to show you that with the click of a button, we can just make the whole room orange. So
wait a minute.
You took it all around. The columns, the ceiling, the floor, everything here. Just
too much power, Andrew, for one man.
Well, you can customize the room to whatever you want. It's really my point, because I have to mention it. I don't know if it's too soon, but Ravens next year. It's going to be our year next year. So
Did you say Ravens?
Ravens. Flips right over to purple. But this is an example of the room and how it can be really versatile for whatever event you're trying to throw. Again, making this affordable, just a customized room was simple. And this is when you get crazy. All right, so this is when you can see where all the railings and the columns and the ceiling can be all different colors.
I love it.
Yeah.
And the video screen, the massive video screen, the sound system is state of the art. And nowadays, when you say state of the art, that means futuristic. And this is all. So all this is available, guys, all wrapped up in the space that still contains the Hippodrome.
Yep.
As you guys celebrate 20 years.
At the France Merrick Performing Arts Center, 20 years.
So, like you say, I said, Megan, perfect place to book your next anniversary party or wedding.
That place is huge, though. You could fit,
That's a big party.
1,000 people in there. That's a party.
Mark, that's pretty awesome. Thank you. Setting the mood there for a great time. You can find more information on foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. The wait is almost over.
Season 11 of the hit Fox show, The Masked Singer, kicks off this Wednesday.
The most anticipated event of the year.
The Masked Singer back with more mystery celebs and creative costumes like gumball, lizard you saw, ugly sweater. Theme nights this time range from the Wizard of Oz to Billy Joel and even a Queen night.
If someone would have told me that, Masked Singer would be, on for 10 plus seasons and that, season 11 is about to drop. We're already getting ready to work on season 12 and I'd be like, nah, but the fact that it has become like a phenomenon, something in the culture that, is a staple at this point, I'm happy I chose wisely.
All right, Cannon is returning with Ken Jeong, Jenny McCarthy Wahlberg, Robin Thicke, and superstar Rita Ora joins them. So good times in store. You can watch the season 11 premiere this Wednesday, March 6th at 8 o'clock right here on Fox 45.
They've been in violation of the law for the past 2 years.
It has been the source of burden and headache for years, but changes are finally coming when weekly recycling is set to resume.
And the city's Safe Streets program is under the microscope yet again. The new calls for accountability coming up. 9:27 now on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Feeling like spring these last few days, hoping to keep it going.
The change of time at the end of the weekend is also another indication that spring is on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
That's right, March Madness right around the corner. We got opening day later this month, which was crazy. We're doing spring training, another O's game this afternoon in Florida. Our Towson cam right now, we have that sun trying to peek through some of those clouds. Temperatures on the right side of your screen, most of us are hanging out in the 50s here this hour. And remember, this is typically where we are for our afternoon highs. 53 your temperature currently, Baltimore City, 54 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Still in the 40s in Frederick, but mid-50s Gaithersburg, right about 52 in Laurel this hour. Excuse me, on our jogging cast, if you do want to get out for a run or a jog, even just a walk around the neighborhood, maybe a light jacket, but I don't know. I mean, probably won't need it. Kind of feels a little cooler with that cloud cover, and that's what's going to keep our temps from going up as high as they did yesterday. So still mid-60s, not bad today, and then lower 60s into Tuesday and Wednesday with that rain cool air coming in, especially late tonight into early tomorrow morning. We'll talk about the 3 different weather makers that we have on the way this week and when we'll finally see some nice dry stretches. Back to you.
DPW is the poster child for an agency that needs to be completely revamped. They are the highest funded city agency, and they are failing to perform their most basic functions.
Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott set to highlight the return of weekly recycling this week.
This comes as the reduced pickups have been a frustration for both city council members and for residents since the start of the pandemic.
Olivia Dance joining us live with the changes that we can expect from the Department of Public Works. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan and Patrice, weekly recycling is finally returning to Baltimore this week. And as you mentioned, Mayor Brandon Scott will talk about that during a press conference coming up at 10 this morning. But over the past few years, we know that residents have complained about the city not having weekly recycling. Take a listen to some of their concerns.
I had to build a fence to contain it all, to hold it for that long and, not create a bunch of litter around the neighborhood. That frequency is codified in our city charter. And it's not an option for the mayor to be out of compliance.
That resident pointing to the city's own charter, which says recycling must be performed weekly. The service was paused completely in 2020 because of the pandemic before switching to a bi-weekly schedule. The reduced pickups have been a frustration for both residents and city council members.
They've been in violation of the law for the past 2 years, and no other jurisdiction has had this kind of impact and had this stuff go off the line the way Baltimore City has.
Last year, one group of residents tried to take legal action against the city, saying they were paying for trash and recycling services that were not being provided to them. And now, after years of the city promising but then failing to return the service, the city says it's finally able to go back to its pre-pandemic weekly schedule, thanks to new trucks, upgraded technology, and better staffing in the Department of Public Works. And again, the mayor's press conference is happening in just about 30 minutes at 10 o'clock, and you can find any updates from that on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
DPW has faced several issues in the past, not just with recycling. Fox 45 News has repeatedly heard from Baltimore residents who say they are being overcharged on their water bills. One woman saying the bill for her one-bedroom apartment ballooned to more than $15,000, enough water to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool. DPW has also dealt with 2 water quality crises in the past year, including an E. coli contamination and a parasite that causes GI issues. Well, the department also lost control of the Back River wastewater treatment plant for months after toxic substances were found in the water there. The state says there were failures from all levels of leadership at the plant.
Well, continuing coverage this morning, the Safe Streets program will be under the microscope as members of the Baltimore City Council are set to hold an oversight hearing into the hiring practices of the Violence Intervention Program. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with what is to come this week and the questions that remain unanswered. Taylor.
That's right. I mean, our accountability questions date back years, but this week we could get some answers. We've been asking about the names of those employed with Safe Streets. Keep in mind, they're not on the city payroll, but they are contracted through nonprofits that get millions of taxpayer dollars. These questions aren't without merit, though. Back in January, we got a federal indictment and learned more information about how the federal government looks at Safe Streets with respect to their ties to notorious gangs here in Baltimore. This goes back to that October FBI raid on a Safe Streets location, particularly Bel Air Edison. The federal documents even revealing that it served as, quote, a de facto clubhouse for Baltimore's black guerrilla family. City Council President Nick Mosby says this week, hopefully we start to get some of those answers.
I expect that at the hearing for Monty to come in and literally lay out or have their partners lay out, again, the hiring process, the vetting process, how are they ensuring that, one, the workers are getting what they need, and two, that the workers are doing and performing the work that's required.
Just last week, Fox 45 News again sent questions to the mayor's office. We asked if the Safe Streets employees are credible messengers in the community and people know who they are, why won't the city release the names to the public? We did not get a direct response back on that, but there will be a slew of questions asked on Thursday at 5 o'clock at that city council hearing. We'll be there. We'll keep you updated. Depend on us here at Fox 45 Morning News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Taylor. Coming up, a major day in D.C. as world leaders meet to try and hammer out a deal to end the war in Gaza. Coming up, the leader, Vice President Kamala Harris, is hosting, and the blowback it's already creating.
We are tracking our next chance for rain moving into the region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is timing it all out. That's coming up in his full weather authority forecast. 9:37, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
In just hours, Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to host a member of Israel's wartime cabinet.
Let's get right over to Tom Rogers in our live center with what they're hoping to accomplish today and what other world leaders think about this. Tom.
Yeah, you're taking a live look right now from the White House, where today's planned visit from the Israeli political leader is highlighting some divisions in Israel's government over this war in Gaza. According to Israeli media, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is not happy with this man right here, fuming over Benny Gantz's decision to visit the White House. Netanyahu is now ordering the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. not to escort his political rival when he arrives. Gantz, we know, heads Israel's centrist party in opposition to Netanyahu. Netanyahu's right-sided government. And according to his office, he's expected to meet with Harris and other federal officials today to discuss the urgency of reaching a hostage deal and even a possible ceasefire. Today's meeting comes as after Israeli officials publicly endorsed this framework for a proposed hostage release deal. And now in these points, you can see it includes plans for a 6-week ceasefire. The deal would also require Hamas to provide a list of all the hostages they still have who are still alive, with another prison exchange between Israel and Hamas. But at this point, the exact numbers are still unclear. There is increased pressure on both sides to reach an agreement after more than 100 people were killed trying to get food from aid trucks in Gaza. Hamas claiming Israeli soldiers opened fire on the crowd, while Israel says there is absolutely no proof of that or any kind of explosion, saying that looters, as you see in these videos, rushed the convoy's trucks, causing a stampede that resulted in their deaths. Vice President Harris now saying the ceasefire is on the table now because what they were saying is the best deal available for critical relief to reach the people who need it the most and those who are starving in Gaza.
Hamas claims it wants a ceasefire. Well, there is a deal on the table. And as we have said, Hamas needs to agree to that deal. Let's get a ceasefire. Let's reunite the hostages with their families. And let's provide immediate relief to the people of Gaza.
Well, in the meantime, in Annapolis, here in Maryland this week, lawmakers will be debating a bill focused on the war in Gaza. The, quote, Not on Our Dime Act would prohibit certain nonprofit organizations in the state of Maryland from helping the Israeli government in occupying the West Bank, parts of Jerusalem, and other territories near the country. If the bill is passed, nonprofits who violate the policy would be subject to damages from the state of Maryland and would be removed from the state's registry of charitable solicitation. Hearing on that proposal is set for Wednesday. In the meantime, we are still following United Nations. There's also more discussions there on trying to create a ceasefire. That is just the beginning of it, as we're waiting for more people to start coming in for this meeting, too. That's the latest from our live center. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. A man who does it all in the entertainment industry. Coming up, we sit down with Marlon Wayans and talk about his upcoming performance right here in Maryland.
But first, train like the pros. Coming up, how you can take the spring training workouts,
mouthing the words. You keep going.
And adapt them to your workout routine. Take a look. The countdown clock keeps ticking closer and closer to opening day at Camden Yards. We are now just over 3 weeks away from the first pitch, the O's opener against the Los Angeles Angels, and the start of another baseball season. Leading up to that, now is the time to train like an Oriole. We have Group Exercise Director for Brick Body, Sarah Keller, joining us with some rotational strength moves to make sure that we are geared up for the pitching and the swinging, all of that. That core work is good for even the non-baseball players out there.
Yes, so we're going to make sure that our core is nice and strong, but really great for rotational movements. And we do those in our everyday work. We were just talking about planting our gardens and stuff. You're picking up those bags of mulch, you're moving them. So all things
important.
important.
If we work on it now, does that mean we won't be sore the next day after we do that yard work?
Maybe less sore. How about maybe less sore?
All right, let's get right to it. What do you got?
All right, so the first one you can do on your own or with a partner. So I'm going to show with just on your own first, and then I'll work with you.
Sure, sounds good.
So if you have any sort of resistance band, resistance tubing, you can stand on one end of that, or you can tie it off. Like if you have a pole in your basement that's solid, you can tie it off to the pole.
Make sure it's solid.
Yeah, make sure it's solid. But take both hands, start kind of in front of one hip, rotate across and up, come back to center. We want to try to keep the hips facing square forward and let that rotation come from the muscles in our torso. About 10 on each side.
Okay.
A couple sets of those.
This is like having a workout machine in your house.
It's beautiful.
It's a band.
And it's adaptable because the longer the string, the less resistance, but the more you shorten it, the tougher it gets.
Makes sense.
So I'm going to pair up with you now. I'm going to give you the stationary end.
All right.
So if you had a partner, that's just like the pole at home, they're going to work. You still have to work to hold still. And then you can take that band and you can still take that same type of rotation work. Again, working into that outer side of the obliques to get that rotation.
I hadn't done this one. I was wondering, I can feel it in my core too. I didn't know if it'd be where.
Yeah, so just to hold on, right? You're stabilizing through the core, you've got the glutes engaged, and you're holding strong. And then you can switch off with the partner.
Okay, all right, we can do that.
And then once you do all that work, you do want to work to release and to work on the range of motion through your thoracic spine. So I'm going to come down to the ground.
Okay.
And I'm going to come to all fours.
And these are workouts or exercises that are good to do back to back.
You can absolutely do them back to back, So if we come to all fours, we can take one hand toward the temple, and we're going to rotate that shoulder up as far as we can toward the ceiling. Come back down as close to that other arm as we can.
That's going to help with our swing,
and come back up. So yeah, it helps with our swing. It helps with throwing because there's a lot of rotation in throwing that we don't realize as well. So the pitching, the throwing, all of it. Or if we're not an Oriole and we're not playing baseball, you know, just around the yard and playing with the kids.
I love it. Sarah, some great ideas. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Counting down to that opening day and just getting outside to do these workouts is nice too, Justin.
Absolutely, especially yesterday. Even today is not going to be bad, even though we have the cloud cover. Temps are still going to be well above average, up into the 60s, so we'll feel spring-like, maybe a little cooler feeling with the fact that we have that cloud cover out there. And then we're tracking the rain, but that's not until really late tonight, so most of the day today is going to be just fine to do stuff outside. 53-year temperature right now in Towson. Numbers have not changed too much. Not a lot of wind that we're seeing, and the next weather maker is just to the south of us, this area of low pressure over the Carolina coast, really not moving too much. In fact, it's just been kind of hanging out over the Outer Banks for the last couple of hours. It eventually will move into the mouth of the Chesapeake and right up into our area by later tonight. And so that's what you can see here on your hourly future scan. Staying cloudy today. Rain showers start sneaking in about 9, 10 o'clock this evening into the overnight hours, and so we will have some wet roads to deal with on your Tuesday morning commute. Some of that rain does stick with us through midday tomorrow, and then basically even when that rain is out of here tomorrow afternoon, we're going to keep a lot of cloud cover and kind of the misty conditions that will be around as well. So mid-50s next hour if you're hanging out there in Fells Point, and temps will get into the 60s. I think lunch outdoors, you can definitely do that today, even 66 by about 2 o'clock. And even if you're doing a Monday happy hour, maybe a mimosa Monday, we're talking about lower 60s in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour. You can have mimosas at 5 in the afternoon. Why not? All right, taking a look at those numbers here. Low to mid 60s across central Maryland for your high temps. Look at these 70s just to the west of us. Our friends in Cleveland, Columbus, Ohio, Pittsburgh, down to Charleston, West Virginia in the low to mid 70s today. But we're enjoying the 60s all the way from Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. A little colder down the ocean, only upper 40s there, but lower 60s in Cumberland. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. We got the rain coming in tonight, all day pretty much Wednesday and early Thursday. A quick break Friday, and then more rain rolls in as we head into the weekend.
9:50. He's the man that really needs no introduction. From the hit films White Chicks to Don't Be a Menace to Scary Movie, it goes on and on. Marlon Wayans is bringing his comedic talents right here to Maryland. The actor and comedian joining us this morning to talk about his stand-up happening later this week. Good morning.
Good morning. I just want to say your weatherman got me concerned. Mimosa Mondays, you made that up. Mimosa Mondays.
Listen, he's drinking almost every day of the week around here.
Tequila Tuesdays, Whiskey Wednesdays.
Well, listen, which day of the week are you going to be here, and what are you bringing? Because we'll drink on that day, too.
Oh, dag, what day am I going to be there? I think Thursday or Friday. You tell me.
Okay,
I don't know.
so
I just get on the plane.
Tequila Thursday sounds good, you know?
I think it's Thursday. I'm going to be at the air. Where am I going to be?
You're going to be at Live Casino in Maryland on that Thursday. Yes.
In Hanover, Maryland.
You've got a ton of things going on. So first of all, talk about what's happening Thursday.
Thursday, I'm doing a show at Live in Hanover, Maryland. And then on Friday, I'm doing one in Philly at Live. Get your tickets at axs.com, AXS, I think, .com. I'm not sure. You get the information.
That is it.
I'm doing stand-up comedy. So it's I'm really enjoying stand-up, like as much, even more than I do movies, because it's live. You either win or you lose right there in the moment. So there are no do-overs. You say something dumb, you got to stick with it. You say something hilarious, you're on to the next joke. It's not permanent, it's temporary, and the whole hour you just try to top yourself. So it's a great time, and I really feel like being on stage is actually making me better prepared for when I do movies.
So I want to get to the movies. We're going to run out of time, but you just did a comedy special for HBO Max. You've got another comedy special that you did at the Apollo that's still coming out in the spring. So you're on top when it comes to this comedy thing. I know you say it's win or lose in the moment, but it sounds like you're just winning.
Well, I don't want to tour material long. I want to tour it I don't need that long to remember a script. Once I get it to a certain place where it's what I feel like I want to express or what I want to paint or what I put out. I could be lazy and be like, you know what? I would tour the same material for 10 years. But I like every year and a half, I want a new set. I want something new to rehearse, something new to play with. When I go to a new town or the same town, in the year after I do something, I like the people to know I got a brand new set. I don't want you thinking you're going to hear the same jokes, because you're not. Thursday here in Maryland.
They're wrapping us up. We're out of time, but just folks know. I know, right? Because you've got like 20 movies going on too. So just make sure you go check out Marlon.
They want to hurry up and get out to Mimosa Mondays.
That's right. You're stepping on our drinking time now. AXS.com. That's where you go to get tickets for Thursday. Marlon, always good to talk to you. Well, don't go anywhere, because after the break, I don't think he's drinking. I think meteorologist Justin Chambers is actually tracking our next chance of rain. He's got his exclusive 10-day forecast, and that's all.
Quick shot of that 10-day forecast. 66 today. Rain comes in tonight, and then we'll have rain on Tuesday morning. Pretty much all day Wednesday. Bit of a break on Thursday afternoon into Friday. More rain for the weekend, but temperatures for the next 10 days, guys, staying above average. Hope you have a great day.